warm welcome to Yes Bank and CNBC TV18 present the Growth Summit, Vision for a $10 trillion economy in association with Max Life Insurance. I'm Swati Shahi. Now, India's economic prowess has come to the forefront as it has paved its path to attain the $10 trillion pinnacle by 2030. It has grown from strength to strength and has amplified, and even the president of the World Economic Forum highlighted India's robust economic growth trajectory, projecting it to reach the value of $10 trillion by 2030 during the World Economic Forum this year, 2024. Now, the conversations today at this summit are set in this context and seek to exemplify the theme, a gateway to growth, the world at India's doorsteps. Though Gujarat contributes 8.3% of the national GDP, it accounts for 33% of the country's exports. Interestingly, the state has seen a rise of 84% in FDI inflows during 2022-23 alone, amounting to $31 billion, making Gujarat as one of the top 3 investment destinations in India. Additionally, Gift City, a special overseas jurisdiction for global service providers, has become a growing source for inbound FDI too. These emerging trends have made Ahmedabad a nerve center for India's expanding international trade and business links. The Ahmedabad chapter celebrates these new connections and the lessons they bear for businesses seeking to capitalize on India's rising global profile, brought forth through insights and experiences of participating thought leaders, industrialists, policymakers, exporters, and SME owners as well as promoters. Now, one of the strongest pillars for achieving India's economic prowess has been the banking sector. And well, Yes Bank, one of the leading private sector banks, not only endorses this vision, but is also set to catalyze the process through its products, offerings, and of course, its technology-driven approach. To further deliberate on the bank's vision, we have with us a visionary leader with over 35 years of experience in the banking industry. And with a round of applause, please join me in welcoming the turnaround specialist and the chief architect of Yes Bank of today, Mr. Prashant Kumar, who is the MD and CEO of Yes Bank, for his opening address.
Very good evening to all of you and a warm welcome to this event in Ahmedabad, which is the cultural and commercial heart of the vibrant state of Gujarat. This is also the center of India's economic and the industrial growth in the 21st century. The Growth Summit 2024, this is a first of its kind initiative presented by Yes Bank and CNBC TV18, aims at envisaging India's path to self-reliance and economic prosperity, and in turn exploring how India's key sectoral strength and regional business trends can be leveraged to accelerate our nation's economic progress. The Ahmedabad chapter of this Growth Summit, it revolves around how the economy of the state of Gujarat, which aspires to be a $1 trillion by 2030, its business leaders, experts, policymakers, and entrepreneurs can contribute towards India's massive growth push towards a $10 trillion economy. Now, due to its domestic strength, the Indian economy is unmarred by the geopolitical tensions and has in fact emerged as an oasis of stability, confidence, and optimism. One of India's most industrial state, Gujarat, has been extending its leadership status beyond the dairy and textile industries and account for 33% of the Indian export in FY 22-23. Gujarat has also emerged as the hub for port development, petrochemical refining, automobile manufacturing and infrastructure development, showcasing the state's contribution towards achieving a diversified Indian economy that is now powered ahead to surpass new milestones. Gujarat is also home to India's first operational greenfield smart city and International Financial Services Center, the Gujarat International Finance Tech City, which everybody knows as GIFT City, which is responsible for creating an unprecedented ecosystem for crucial economic activities and globally benchmarked regulations, taxation and policies. And very recently, the Surat Diamond Bourse, located in Dream City, Surat, is the world's largest office space that is cementing India's and Gujarat's numero uno position in the international gems trade. With businesses looking to establish their manufacturing bases outside of China, India is best placed to absorb a lot of the resultant opportunities that could arise from this shift. Undoubtedly, Gujarat is set to benefit from this shift in the global manufacturing, industrial and financial order, expanding opportunities for regional players across sectors such as energy, IT, auto, pharmaceuticals, gems, textiles, and many more. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has galvanized us to aim for a $10 trillion economy by the end of the decade, that is by 2030. The government has also outlined its long-term strategy in line with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of realizing a Viksit and Sashakt Bharat on the nation's 100th year of independence, that is in 2047. The vision of a Viksit Bharat also focuses on a sustainable and inclusive economic development by facilitating resource-efficient economic growth, achieving energy security through green finance initiatives. And this very bold and transformative agenda is powered by the innovation and collaborative efforts uniting the country's youth, business leaders and policymakers towards the goal of making India a developed and strong economy by 2047. To realize this ambitious dream and make the most of India's Amrit Kal, the next 5 years will necessitate an unprecedented pace of development and capital investment, leveraging the trinity of democracy and diversity, to effect the transformative change within the Indian ecosystem. And understandably, the government's efforts will need to be meshed with a significant uptick in private investment, helping spurring the job growth and supporting the supreme goal of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. By 2030, India is projected to have the largest working age group of around 69% of our population. To support this young population, productive credit growth is needed in critical areas such as housing, MSMEs, and infrastructure. All the while facilitating inclusive growth to uplift those in lower income brackets and empowering them to harness their entrepreneurial skills. The focus has also been on the skilling, upskilling and reskilling India's youth and preparing them for the ongoing fourth industrial revolution. This aspect has been taken center stage in Gujarat more than in any other Indian state. Gujarat has also emerged as a leader in entrepreneurship and educational landscape, with the industries collaborating, enhancing the state's technical education excellence and opening up sectors such as drone manufacturing, space exploration, mapping, gaming and animation. New areas that would also need adequate support from the Indian financial system is the green energy sector, which in turn enable the carbon-intensive manufacturers to switch to clean energy. An investment of at least $2.44 trillion would be required to expand the country's renewable energy capacity to 500 gigawatt by 2030. A large part of this will need to be channeled into Gujarat, with the state aiming to meet more than 50% of its power demand through the renewable energy sources by 2030. Understandably, I think raising such large amount of capital and providing timely funding support to green projects will be very critical to achieve this capacity target. While the government has already started issuing the sovereign green bonds to raise capital for public sector green energy projects, private sector involvement in India's climate financing efforts need to be pushed. Encouraging retail investors to participate in India's green energy transformation and supporting businesses that are contributing towards a green future will assume greater significance. Similarly, India's efforts towards transitioning to net zero carbon emission needs to be accompanied by holistic integration of environmental consideration into the financial decision-making processes across the country's BFSI sector. In this context, the International Financial Services Center Authority, IFSCA, is already looking at GIFT City in Gujarat with the aim of establishing a global hub for climate financing. Underscoring the importance of Gujarat in facilitation India's transition to a net zero carbon economy. Now, coming to the digital side, and India's digital economy has emerged as a key contributor to the whole nation's economic growth with the Digital India program, which is launched by the Government of India, helping to establish a domestic digital ecosystem. However, to unlock further economic opportunities for the previously unbanked and underserved segments of the Indian population, government action will have to be complemented by the banking and financial sector, accelerating this pace of adoption of the digital technology. And for MSMEs to realize their full potential, their access to formal credit and other financial services needs to be enhanced. And Gujarat will undoubtedly play a very, very important role in the ongoing fintech revolution and has the technical talent and the entrepreneurship spirit to catalyze the change. At Yes Bank, we have been consciously aligning our strategic initiatives with the larger vision of achieving Viksit Bharat by 2047. Powering Digital India with our best-in-class technology, Yes Bank facilitates today 30% of the all Aadhaar-enabled payment system in the country. We also emerge as #1 payment service provider bank in the last quarter of current financial year of 2023, and the bank has also made large strides in augmenting its digital banking capabilities, launching UPI payments through RuPay credit card, enabling the UPI interoperability on the RBI digital rupee, and we are the first bank in the country to issue an ONDC network gift card for the MSME segment. To further develop India's startup ecosystem, Yes Bank has also set up a dedicated new age banking team, which is geared to meet the banking needs of future unicorns and soonicorns. Yes Bank's robust ESG focus and climate-driven governance structure is also exemplified by its commitment to achieving net zero carbon emission by 2030. I am saying another 6 years. The bank has also launched a host of financial solutions to promote adoption of renewable energy, electric vehicles, and rooftop solar installation amongst the MSMEs. We are also penetrating the emerging rural market and priority sector lending segments with tailored credit solutions. Vibrant Gujarat's 15% CAGR growth over the last 2 decades had demonstrated how a superlative policy framework, increased public-private collaboration, and skilling focus can push rapid economic development. Entrepreneurs from the state have established industries, startups, and the businesses that have propelled India to the global stage and have exhibited how the vision of a Sashakt Bharat can be fulfilled with sheer grit, hard work, and determination. This Growth Summit is envisaged as a platform to learn more from Gujarat's rise as India's most industrialized state, identify local business opportunities, and explore ideas that could leverage our country's sectoral strength to propel the economy past the $10 trillion mark. This vision is largely predicated on a thriving SME and emerging large corporate space, boosted by the flourishing startup ecosystem. This will also become the catalyst for a wave of new wealth creation as well as wealth multiplication for existing HNIs and ultra HNIs. It gives me great delight to announce the launch of our newest marketing offerings that aims to partner HNI business owners as well as C-suite executives at the helm of corporate India in their endeavor to leverage the opportunities on the road towards a $10 trillion Indian economy. And we call this offering as Yes Private, our private banking program. Yes Private has been very thoughtfully curated to complement our retail and wholesale banking offerings in the market. It integrates the bank's expertise across the spectrum and brings a full stack product suite for HNIs across family banking, business banking, wealth management, and succession planning needs. The program also lays out extraordinary privileges and experiences for our clients pertaining to their distinct lifestyle in India and abroad. And now introducing Yes Private.
For some, success is just the beginning. And with the right insights, their wealth can help them reach newer, greater heights. Their path is paved with victories. And with the right partner, each one becomes an opportunity for another. Most define their own pinnacles, but a rare few define it for others. They are the visionaries the pioneers, the unrelentingly aspirational, and they need a banking partner that knows what it takes to turn their grand vision into reality. Yes Private, a buy invite only, thoughtfully curated suite of superior personal and business banking solutions. With your own wealth studio that delivers personalized investment solutions to empower your wealth management decisions. Differentiated product offerings to match your stature. Exclusive lifestyle privileges. Along with a best-in-class enterprise banking program and solutions to ensure that your legacy lasts forever. And to bring it all together, a dedicated team which helps you optimize your strategy by harmonizing all our product offerings. Yes Private, bespoke personal and business banking solutions.
Thank you once again and welcome to all of you. And we would like to be very proud partners with all of you in the journey of our countries towards a $10 trillion economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prashant Kumar, for an enlightening address. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with the evening, a small announcement for all of you. Please collect your Yes Private souvenir bags from the front desk before you leave. Well, moving on, India's consistent economic growth is positioned to reinforce its global influence, with projections from the Center of Economic and Business Research indicating that it is expected to ascend to the status of the third largest economic superpower by 2037. And to further decode India's position as a global economic player, we have a very interesting conversation lined up for you all. And to moderate the same, I would like to invite my colleague Shruti Mishra from CNBC TV18. And also, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming someone who has left an indelible mark in both the aspects of leadership and market, having served one of India's largest food brands for over 30 years, Amul, in multiple capacities. It makes this leader truly exemplary. Please put your hands together for Jayan Mehta, MD, Amul. Shruti, thank you so much for joining, but I think we'll start with your session a bit late. But before that, thank you so much. We will have him join us shortly. But before that, let us now have on stage Yash Jain from CNBC TV18 to moderate the chat with a luminary leader who has pioneered multiple leadership roles in the course of his career and at the same time has spearheaded commendable philanthropic initiatives. Being the Honorable Consulate General of South Korea and the Gujarat Ambassador of the Make in India initiative, he also proves his resourcefulness and dedication towards fostering a holistic approach towards India's growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Piruz Khambata, Chairman and MD of Rasna.
Hello, one and all present here. Came to Ahmedabad. over the next 20 minutes, I think, we'll be discussing something that each one of you sitting in this room has been doing day in and day out, relentlessly in their own unique way, that is strengthening their businesses from within, strengthening India's businesses from within. And I have with me one particular company, one particular brand, which has seen multiple business cycles over more than 3 decades, evolved out of each one of them to remain the market leader. Mr. Piruz Kambata, Chairman at Rasna. So thank you so much for joining us and talking to us on this very important topic. I want to start by getting your view.
I got a complaint first. I thought this will be in Gift City and it will end with a cocktail. What is all this? All the crowd was expecting that. That is the only story in Gujarat now.
I think we have a
That is the only story. How can we be global? How can we lead without something? And you can put even Rasna inside.
I think organizers have planned some after party after this as well.
I think that, so you will all now get into buses and go there, then I start. Chalo, we will replace with Rasna.
Cocktails or Rasna, exactly what I was coming to.
We will replace.
But to start with, the whole point about, working and strengthening your business, some see it as a destination, some see it as a journey. I want to understand what's your view on this, and as far as, what it takes to sort of bring out the inner strength of business when there are geopolitical factors, macro factors which go against you. How do you actually move ahead in this journey?
See, I have never, for me, a business is like, how do I put it this way? Like what I used to do in college or school I'm doing, so I don't take it so seriously. So it comes and goes. So honestly, the day I've entered, it is like this. Some days are good days, some days are bad days, some days you face something and then you sleep peacefully and you are happy where you are. So I think I am very happy that way. Coming to the geopolitical things and how India can shape itself for the future, and I will, I think, want to more dwell upon that today in this little 10-15 minutes I have, then talk of myself, honestly, because myself is a separate story, is that today I think we all are very lucky businessmen. We are very lucky that we are today in a position where which the world is looking at India very seriously and we are looking at India at growth. I have never seen that, honestly. And I am one of those lucky guys also because I have seen both sides of it. I have seen India because I started at the pre-revitalization when it had started, say 91, I started in 90. So I saw that India. Then I saw the India later, then there was the economic 2000s. And then in this government, I have seen the way India has. So I have seen all the phases. And I can clearly say we are on the right direction. But surprisingly still, when we talk of India growth story, we talk of development story, we should have in mind also, because I'm not talking, because we have to balance out, that today also you go to any college discussion or you go on riverfront now, if you're a walk, then there'll be youth walking. Most of them are talking of migrating. Why? Today also we are talking is that if you go to villages, we are seeing that for the simple healthcare issue, there is somebody who has done. Today also we are seeing that because of issues to do with gas and all that, people are falling sick. So we don't even have a proper water or proper air. So I think my suggestion is that in meetings like this, we should dwell that what is the India growth model or what is the India growth we want to project. There is no doubt about the fact that India's centuries of growth is here. There is no doubt in my mind. There is no doubt in my mind that Korea had 10-20 years of growth, Germany had, Japan had, that China had. India has started long back, and I think it will continue for a long time. Not for any other reason, because of our stable government, our demographics, the fact that India is well positioned geopolitically, all that. But I think, is that the model we want to ape of any of these countries, or we want our own India model? And in meetings like this and with media like this, I would like to suggest that we should have an India model of growth. Because we want the benefits of growth, but we won't want the problems of growth which the Western world and other countries have got with it. And most of it has to do with family life also. So this is the India model we have to talk about. Now, having said that, second issue would come is that can the government do it alone? Answer is no. And can we sit in rooms like this and discuss how to grow? Answer is no. What you can do? You have to be part of the story. And can you be part of the story if at one end you say, no, I will have half my family in USA, half in Dubai, and then I will do India like an NRI? No. Can you do, if you say I'll say people want to study law in US? No. I somehow believe India's real story will be in India. India's real education has to be in India. India's families who are in business have to be rooted in India. And we have to make India our destiny because we are born in India. We have to live for India, die for India, and work for India to make it in the fastest possible way a developed country. Not after, say, 30, 40 years. Make it in 10 years. That is what is the vision I have. And that will happen if youth of the country, businessmen of the country, we all work with the equal purpose like our Honorable Prime Minister. And I am not saying this because of any political reasons or compulsions. I don't carry any of that. But look at my own business. I have always followed the government's missions, and I think I have also gained. Let us look at some examples. Make in India. We all became part of the Make in India story. Have we not gained? India gained, we also gained. Atmanirbhar Bharat, we all become more self-reliant. In fact, before Atmanirbhar Bharat started, I made it a point to ensure that we don't import anything, but we make in India. I stopped import, even at the cost of a higher cost of input. I said, well and good, I want to be on my own feet. Today, am I happy? Of course, I'm happy with 83 rupees a dollar and the duties. So we are happy. Then we talk of even items like Swachh Bharat, or the government's idea that here you do CSR. In fact, we are doing CSR before that also. But what is wrong? Why can't you spend 10% of your profit, forget 2, on working in the priorities of the nation? So I somehow believe that we should blend our business interests, our life, with these type of policies of the government. Because when this blends together, the effect is not 1 + 1, 2. Effect is 1 + 1, 11. And that's what we should do. With the government, we should work on these schemes. And the last bit, which I believe, which is missing is first thing is most important, I did say, that we should all live with the thought of India, purely, not having one foot up. More importantly is that I think today, India's story is not about just services economy. Enough has been talked about it. I still believe that India's real story is in manufacturing. India's real story is in manufacturing, which really affects livelihood of people living in half of the India, which we are, I think, should be more bothered about. So I would believe manufacturing in items like agri-food processing, which I come from, manufacturing honey, working with farmers on orange, working with farmers on organic crop, working in farmers on chemical-free farming, working on textiles, working in agri-infrastructure. Like a lot of people say, FDI has been allowed in this sector. I said, no, bhaiya, if I am a policy maker, I will only allow FDI in the rural areas. I will only allow FDI if 50% of FDI is spent in rural areas. Why should I allow FDI in areas where it is not needed? That's where the money is required. We need to ensure that our money is spent in manufacturing in these areas. And I tell a lot of people that in the end, it is not important that how much on the Forbes rank you are. In fact, it is irrelevant. Because people on the Forbes rank end up being bankrupt in 1 year. So there is no point being on that list. It is more important that with your inputs and your work, how much smiles you create in these inclusive part of, in this half of India which requires it. I think that is more relevant, if you ask me.
Well, Mr. Kambata, very well put. Inclusive growth is what India needs, and inclusive with a focus on where, it hits the most, where you get the gains out of it the most. You spoke about two things, and you sort of alluded me to my next question as well. The Prime Minister did talk about this thing. That is that we are at a very unique spot where we have a very, very strong demographic dividend available with the country. Every country that we've seen, which has reached the point of development and is developed today, went through this period, made the most of this period, and sort of got the development for itself for next many, many hundreds of years. Now, we have the realization that we have this in our hands right now. What about execution? What are those 4 or 5 layers that need to be taken care of that we make the most of this period? Because once it's gone, then there's no point in regretting. That's what the Prime Minister also said. So what are those 4 or 5 layers that need to be taken care of for this next step of execution?
Execution first, I'll talk of both executions at industry level, societal level, and at the government level. At the government level, what they are doing is perfect. But I somehow believe that the pace of work has to be much faster, especially in the ease of doing business. Because, of course, there are a lot of acts which are simplified, a lot of acts which have been decriminalized. A lot of you might be knowing about 100 plus acts have been decriminalized. I should really praise the government for it. But at other end, most of the time entrepreneurs will end up telling you that there are so many new obstacles coming up. So I somehow believe that ease of doing business has to be a reality. Number two, I am talking of ease of litigating also. Imagine each cases, we all know, I think the world talks of Indian law, but I think we should understand we need faster also. And there I have been always propagating that the government is the biggest litigant in the country and half the cases are stuck with their litigation only. Why can't the government, like in GST, in VAT, they had something like Vivad Se Vishwas in income tax, across board, across PSUs, across board they need what I call a settlement scheme. Let the government give a very nice settlement scheme. If you have 100 own on anything on a PSU, give 50, forget it, forget interest and penalty. And most of the court cases will go. Similarly, I believe that there was a time when government set up basically what I call commercial courts at the lower level. Somehow, once again, it has stopped. High courts are now having benches. We still need, I personally believe, commercial courts to ensure that disputes are settled very fast. So I honestly believe this is something which I think India needs. When we are talking of India, of a developed country, we can't have tax laws and laws which are medieval. This is my belief. Number third, I still believe a lot of work needs to be done on taxation. Income tax also and GST also. With 18 and 40% tax, it is still very high. We need almost all products under 5 and 12. And as regards tax is concerned, why? Honestly tell me, this is something which I am starting speaking in the budget also, I spoke in many channels. Why we need only gift cities to do tax exemptions? Why can't have tax exemptions across the country? Why do we need to ensure? Because I somehow believe that the biggest reason why Indians are going abroad is that they don't want to tax their world income in India. So I'm saying legally allow people that your world income we won't tax. Instead of making him go somewhere and then do it the same thing, you can do it in India. I think some of the tax laws are made to encourage people shifting. And this has happened. Why should startups not be in India and start their companies from Singapore or Mauritius? I somehow surely believe that the government needs to work out schemes in which the reverse has to happen. For people who are in India and for people wanting to be in India, there should be more softs than the reverse which is happening. That will encourage more Indianization. So this is the type of thing which I expect from government. Most probably I will also expect from the government faster signing of the FTAs. We need to ensure free trade agreements now with the whole of Middle East, Europe, India, Middle East, Europe treaty is a big game changer. We can be the manufacturing hub for this whole country. We need to have, I think GCC, the Dubai Treaty has helped us. We need to sign with GCC, we need to sign with Europe, we need to sign very quickly. And I do believe that some of the old treaties which have been done, which are just round tripping, like with Thailand and SAARC countries, are of no use. They should be possibly changed immediately so the Indian manufacturing really comes up. Now, as regards people is concerned, I somehow believe that as a country, we should start focusing on exports. So I have spare capacity or I have XYZ lines I want export. That should never be the idea. I somehow believe that the youth of the country now should plan for exports and then India can also come in. So the mindset has to be internationalization. I will be very happy if I see more of companies coming up for exports and the government has restarted the SEZ with a new avatar. I believe that is the need of the hour. So as regards industry is concerned, I would like more focus to be on manufacturing, I said, exports, and somehow, without any government intervention or diktat, we need to work in industry also with sustainable goals. Because I somehow believe that that is only the way we will be sustaining our companies if we work with sustainable goals. So as regards industry is concerned, voluntarily we need to work with sustainable goals of all kinds. That will really ensure that we are future ready.
You spoke about taxation. Of course, you speak to corporates here, and I think that would come on the top of their list when it comes to, the problems that they face as far as the Indian system is concerned. And of course, make for the world is something that you spoke about. And we have a fresh chapter, the demographic dividend that we're talking about. They can relook at it and sort of excel in that. I want to understand this now from the industry's point of view, from corporate's point of view. According to you, if $10 trillion is the goal that we're moving ahead with, what gear is the India corporate sector, India Inc., driving its car towards that particular goal? And there are certain things from their side which needs to be changed. what would come in that list?
See, first, when you talk of any goal which is dollar linked, my question always is, I don't know what INR dollar would be by that time. So we have to look at that also. Because if the dollar is 100 rupees, that time is different. Dollar is 85 is different. Dollar becomes 70 is different. So and honestly, I will not like to put one number and one put goal. But definitely, in my opinion, that I somehow believe that India has a unique chance now to position itself as a developed country already. Because I'll tell you why. Because our thoughts and processes now are like of the big player already. And high time that we take a lead and do, like if we can sign the COPS agreement in certain phases and we can take sustainable goals, I somehow believe we should ensure that on incomes like global taxation, on things like GST, we should proactively ensure that we lower the taxes predominantly. I somehow believe that will only help the country in a major way. In a major way by more investment by the private sector also, and also I will expect more FDI to come in. So definitely I will urge the government that now the going is good. You have huge GST collection, you have good income tax collections, make it lower, and what I said, do the reverse. Give more softs for being in India than being out of the country. So that is definitely I would want, if you ask me what I would want immediately.
Okay. Now I want to understand something we've spoken about, of course, how to position our country and the corporate sector globally in India. But it all starts with an idea which sort of, grows first in the state geography. What I want to understand from you, how important is a change required as far as state policies are concerned? For you, of course, Gujarat has been the state of inception. What were those things which really helped you go, of course, at a national level, at a global level? And what are the things which need to be changed at the state level itself in terms of policy and approach from the state governments?
To be very honest with you, Gujarat is at the forefront of changes in policies, eco-friendly, and in fact, other states are following the Gujarat model. And luckily, in certain of the association, I have been part of even policy framing of some other states' industrial policy. And we had open discussions with the secretaries, and they were checking Gujarat papers and saying, "मैं Gujarat की policy से कैसे better बनाऊं?" So Gujarat template is being followed across the country today, very frankly. Even our vibrant Gujarat model is being followed across the world. So we want the same model. So I think that way we are lucky that we are staying in a state which is a template for change. But having said that, I think Gujarat now needs to ensure that our policies are not the best in India, but best in the world. And I think somehow that's why Gujarat has to now emulate policies of a Singapore or a Korea or a Japan, what they are. And I somehow like the government, in certain phases they have done it also. Like I think the Gujarat startup policy is pretty forward-looking. So I think Gujarat that way is a very progressive state. But having said that, I also have practice across India. And let me quickly tell you, today all states are becoming competitive. In fact, a lot of people tell me, I want more benefits. I say, go to a smaller state. Smaller states are more cooperative and have more friendlier policies. For example, smaller states, to give an example, to MSMEs, are giving the state GST also as a refund. There is one state policy which says, that I am surprised, irrespective of the capital, whatever state GST is there, for 10 years will refund. Now for FMCG, that's a big thing. If you are in a big state, just imagine all the state GST is coming back to you. And that is now also changing. Gujarat doesn't have that policy, incidentally. That is changing. So I somehow believe this whole competition between states has started, that this state is giving, which is good for industry, because then we can choose, we can compare and be in those states. So that way I think I don't think I'm expecting much from Gujarat, but definitely we need to have more ease of doing business at the state level also, especially in Gujarat in revenue laws. I think our land and revenue laws are very archaic and very old. We really need to change it also.
Mr. Kambata, you also spoke about how the current law needs to look at make in India, but make for the world. The government has worked extensively in the last 10 years on enhancing India's global image amongst various developed countries in the world. Now, what I want to understand, of course, we speak about that, but on a practical basis, what happens at that highest level between countries? How does it really impact the smallest of businesses when that business aspires to go global? I mean, how does that percolate to the lowest level?
Lord, today there was some bombing in the Gulf, and suddenly the shipping rates have become 3 times. And most of our Gujarat MSMEs have rate contracts and they are paying from their pocket. Today, unfortunately, even if somebody sneezes abroad, there is a cold in Gujarat industry. So today we are linked. There is no way we cannot, if you ask me. The government has to support us. They have, like many other governments do support us. And if you ask me, the biggest thing which is ailing us, exporters especially, is the logistic cost. Huge logistic costs, huge logistic, what I call, there is no certainty. That's why I have been saying that you have like a PLI today, which has really benefited the big few. We should have a PLI for MSMEs also. There is no PLI for MSMEs as of now, none. One or two food has for some sectors, but across none. Now, central governments may not have the funds, but I somehow believe that the progressive state governments who are well funded, they should have PLI for MSMEs, especially for who are into exports. So that at least these type of, things can be taken care of. And in many products, in many things, the logistic cost is actually making us incompetitive. So if the PLI scheme actually takes care of the logistic cost, it will enhance our export and our competitiveness in the world. I strongly believe. Similarly, one thing is RODTAP. Earlier we all exporters, I will say I'm getting into detail, but I'm giving an example because that example is very important. The MEIS which exporters used to get in food and export, just to give an example, was 7%. Today the RODTAP is only 1.5%. Now you will say, Mr. Kampata, what is it, 5% less? Your PLI, but PLI is for 5. Now most of the MSMEs, their profit was 5%. So imagine that competitiveness is gone. And what is RODTAP? RODTAP is our money. RODTAP is basically remission of duties. So in agri sector, there are so many duties paid by the farmer, so many taxes which are, because GST does not include fuel, that is lost. So RODTAP has to be relooked. So these are the type of things, if they are helped, I think it will only help MSMEs increase their export, especially RODTAP and PLI for MSMEs. And for a state like Gujarat, where I believe the real benefit will only come if MSMEs really grow, I think this, what I'm saying, is really going to help the MSMEs.
I mean, the demand to look at RODTAP has been long-standing, and the hope from MSMEs is only that the government looks at it.
No, it is our money. We are not asking for any gift from them.
Absolutely.
It is our money in taxes we are given. You don't give it, there is no level playing field. Other countries are getting the benefit. This is not a gift check they are asking. We are asking our money to be returned back.
Everything that you said, but in the last 10 years, how have you seen Indian businesses even thinking of becoming competitive on a global stage? How has that scenario changed when you talk to businesses?
Big businesses have become competitive also because of the quality. In my mind, I have seen the quality of Indian products in export has really increased, and that has really helped. Second, a lot of big companies are looking seriously at India as an option, as a supply chain option. So a lot of big companies are wanting to get them make in India or made through contract job workers. So that has really, really helped. And I think successes in the mobile phone, successes in the cars, other white goods, where many times we were only importing. Today, we are exporting from India these products to the world. I will not take brands, but they are evidently. Which shows that I think Indian policies, Indian government's policies are working. And the world is now seriously thinking, yes, India can manufacture and make for the world. Now the same model we need to follow for many, many, many other products also. And I somehow believe more so in products which are agri-linked. Like I still believe that we are importing many fruit juice concentrates. Okay. And many of our Indian companies who are the big brands, they are making fruit juice concentrates which are just diluted in India. Why can't we use Indian fruits? Now, I can't tell you a brand name, but a brand name of a Make in India beverage, they claim to be Make in India. They are actually making the product in Sri Lanka. It is written. Now, why is it that they have to go to Sri Lanka? Obviously, because there is some tax arbitrage or money arbitrage, or there is some custom duty benefit. So why have that? So I somehow believe that there has to be a level playing field which will help Indian manufacture, which will help Indian exporters.
Absolutely. I mean, now to speak about a very important change, which is seeing an unprecedented adoption also. Technology, and this is a very important point from the side of businesses, small, big, ultra big. The adoption, of course, started from the larger ones, and now it's slowly moving down the pyramid. But when you sit here, when you speak to smaller businesses, bigger businesses, do you see more of a threat that smaller businesses will be left behind when it comes to adoption of technology? Or do you see a good democratization of technology happening, as the competitive intensity increases down the supply chain?
Till now, I didn't take any example of Rasna, but now I will take in this question, because if I don't give an illustration, probably my answer will not be there. The world knows that artificial colors are not too good, artificial flavors are not too good, and the world wanted to adapt to them. But do you know which is the country which made the first natural color and natural flavor drink, powder drink in the world? It was Rasna, nobody else. Though in this company there are most are the biggest MNCs. Do you know that? No. Everybody knows that phosphoric acid in cola is bad. The only cola in India branded without phosphoric acid is Rasna. I firmly believe that this is our competitive advantage. That for us, technology is our competitive advantage. I somehow believe that for all companies in India, we should work in our sphere and be the first in the world. And that has helped. Now in some countries where artificial colors are banned, Rasna is the only possible choice, because I was the one we started doing it in 17. So I somehow believe that if you have it, of course it takes time. It took for me also time. Of course it takes money, it takes investment in back end. But today I am happy after how many years? 7 years. So I somehow urge all my friends in industry, of course, if you want to be competitive, and as I tell a lot of people, the startups are very good, but startup which will end up very soon is of no use. So if you want to be a startup forever, and which probably if you ask me, I'll tell you what are the secrets of that. One secret definitely is to ensure that you are technologically savvy and inbuild technology into your product so that you are future ready. And when I'm talking also to you, in our lab, we are working on beverages for the next 5 years onwards. Because on our own, not because somebody else has done. Not because they compete. In fact, the competitors are copying me. If you go to competitors' lab, they have my product. India mein kya karta hai, isko copy karte hum log. I don't copy. So I somehow believe you need to be futuristic, be ready for the future as far as technology is concerned. And I would urge everybody to do it. It doesn't cost too much money. And even if it costs, I somehow believe in our balance sheets, 1 or 2% of our money spent on R&D is something which is a bare minimum is required. In fact, in Korea and other countries, they spend much higher. If we are not even spending 1, I think it's a mistake. And second, don't look at any return in 1 year or 2 years for this type of investment. Keep in mind 10 years plus. It is better you tell your children, your family members, let us not buy a Mercedes or let us not buy a better farmhouse. Let us put that money in technology for MSME. That will help you better than that young boy after 10 years. This is my advice. Better than that Mercedes. The Mercedes and farmhouse will spoil him. Money put on technology will ensure that in 10 years' time, the company will become a better company.
Better company. I mean, since you've started with your example, let's continue with that. Very few brands, at least, that I can think of course, my parents, they were as relevant to my parents as they are to me, and hopefully they'll be as relevant to the next generation. Rasna has been one of that brand. Of course, you've grown with the brand in that sense. How do you keep the brand relevant where the entire landscape is so dynamic, not just on one count, but on every count? Technology, competition, still staying so relevant and being a household name. I mean, just give us some insight.
That is true also, because we just did a recent survey, and I had a feeling personally, and I was also surprised, that Rasna would be top of the mind in the small towns, medium towns, and rural towns. There's no question about it that we are top of the mind there. So I have to be. I did a survey in Bombay, Delhi, the metros, Bangalore, and to my surprise, even the richest rich in the A class, they had as much affinity and love for Rasna as much in B and C class. Second, old or young, same affinity. Rich or poor, same affinity. Bangalore or some town, lower, Hosur, same affinity. So I somehow then thought, what is it that Rasna is so? In fact, I as an owner also am still thinking. Then we have come to a conclusion that, and that is a secret, there's no secret or something I'm telling you. This will probably teach in, there's a case study of it, but I tell you that our marketing efforts has always been not only functional, but emotional. We have the Love You Rasna family, and I think that has really ensured that we are close to the heart of most of the Indians. So when competition is talking of 1 rupee free, 2 rupiya jada, 5 rupiya ye, we never only talk of the rational aspect. We have always treated brands from the emotional point of view. And I tell a lot of people, the easiest thing is to have Amitabh or any celebrity for that matter saying, I drink this, he drinks or not drinks is a separate story because the product has this. that will not work. But the fact that we are able to have an ad which will touch the heart of a common Indian, be it rich or poor, that will work. And I somehow believe our communication has been able to touch the heart of the people. Number two, our distribution has been able to reach where it requires to be reached, especially BC. And of course, the branding is good. The technology I already did mention, we are futuristic. Four, obviously, we are a family company, so we have nobody sitting on our head, do this, do that. We can do whatever we want. I have no financial pressures, luckily, touch wood. I have no pressures from any shareholders, any joint venture partners, any bankers for that matter. Of course, I have very good friends, the bankers, but I don't have to sit. And as I said to a lot of entrepreneurs, in end, I am not driven by any merchant banker or any financier. I can do as an entrepreneur what I want. And I think that is more important, if you ask me.
Absolutely perfect in that sense, the recollection part of it. But to me personally, if I talk about, there are certain brands that always excite me in terms of why are they not listed on stock exchanges. Yours is, of course, one of those brands. I understand you sort of partially answered that question. You don't have shareholders in that sense. You have a family business. There's no pressure in that sense from any stakeholder. But has the thought ever come to you? Have you ever thought that, you know, if it's a listed company, there are shareholders, there are stakeholders?
No, I am not against listing at all. In fact, after COVID, in 2-3 things I learned in COVID. One is to cook, and second was to buy shares. I was never in the share market before COVID. After COVID, I became in the share market, and to be very honest, I made money. So I'm happy man. Also cooking, I don't know how much I made people happy, but share market, yes. And there is nothing wrong. The reason we are not in it is because somehow I believe that if I have X money which is lying around, then why do I need to take more money? It is better that I use my own money. If I need money, tomorrow if I've got a 5,000 crore expansion, I need money, I will come to the public and make them part of it. Because I somehow believe, and this is the most important thing in IPO, if I borrow, I will only borrow if I have the capacity to make him play what I expect. Where do I expect when I invest? That I will earn 15-20%, otherwise why would I invest in a share? Similarly, if I can't give that return to my shareholders, I will not come. So I don't want to put money and then siphon off to some XYZ, ABC, and I don't want to do that. I am an honest man. If I take money, I want to give return to the investor more than the benchmark of the market. So we'll do it one day, but today I don't think we require that, honestly. We don't require. But if we do, we will ensure that people make a lot of money.
Okay. One question, and I mean, to get back on the corporate side, and one thing that we saw happening in the last 2-3 years was a significant deleveraging of balance sheets. How do you think that has prepared Indian businesses, be it small, medium, large, for any future shocks or any sort of untoward incidents globally or on a domestic front? And how important was that move to sort of corporate side deleverage balance sheets?
It has done very good. It has done very good, and I think we are at a very good level to absorb more shops. I somehow believe that FDIs are coming to India not because they love India. They have realized that in India there is more money to be made, and I think India has more future, and I think this whole exercise has really helped India. More important than this, India, I think if you ask me, the time has come when I am expecting today huge amount of wealth funds and pension funds are sitting in the world. And if those people there today have a cap, I'll only put X% in India. The way Indian economies are happening, I do expect if these caps increase, which they should, we are expecting more and more money to come. And I am a firm believer that many times the rating agencies are not doing proper ratings of India for whatever reason. If they do, automatically the share will increase. Otherwise, tell me, there are banks, world banks, which are supposed to be gold standards with X amount of ratings. They fall in one day with those ratings. So I think, honestly speaking, we need to relook at that. Somehow or the other, there is an idea which was there that Indian companies we should, as a country, should come out with our own rating. And I do believe most of our Indian companies will then be almost investment grade plus, if those ratings are honest.
Absolutely. One final question as we conclude this conversation. Of course, we have a target in front of us. We spoke about the ingredients required to move towards that target. But as you see India achieving that target, what is your ideal state? How would you describe the country in terms of its investments, in terms of the corporate structures, in terms of its regulatory framework? How do you see that India, which has achieved that target of 10 trillion? Of course, you spoke about how that could change on various factors. But how do you see that?
No, I started with that. I don't think, honestly, we should just have a 10 trillion target, honestly. So I did start. Now, in this next 2 minutes, can I describe what the target is? I can't. But we need to have goals which are beyond just 10 trillion. So what are those goals? They have to be with inclusive growth, and goals which are just beyond the $1 trillion, how much percentage exports, how much people, our SMEs will contribute, what should be. I think those are the type of goals. So I'll be more happy to say that as a person, I'll be more happy that if in the next 10 years, make it simple, if I don't hear young people wanting to go abroad, settling abroad, if I see that immigration agents are running empty, and if I see people are not taking any of these donkey flights, I'll be more happy than any of this goal being reached. Because that is the proof of the pudding, is that only. Because India छोड़ के नहीं जा रहा है, because India has become so good. So that is, I think, the proof. And I somehow believe that, on the contrary, reverse should happen. We should have people studying in US universities coming into India to now do their studies, or people still living in, say, XYZ countries coming to India for work. And that is the true strength of India. And I personally am very optimistic that if we work with the government for next 10 years, forget the 100 years of our independence, we can be that much sooner, much sooner. This is I personally believe.
Okay. I am sure nobody would have given a simpler definition of what a developed country could look like. Thank you, Mr. Kambata, for speaking to us, and pleasure to get all those insights. Thank you.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that engaging conversation. I'd request Mr. Kambata to please stay back on stage. And I would request Mr. Prashant Tripathi, MD Max Life Insurance, to please come up on stage to felicitate Mr. Kambata with the souvenir courtesy, Yes Private. To collect your Yes Private souvenir bag from the front desk before you leave. Well, India's outstanding economic advancement unleashes a new wave of opportunities. The nation has embarked on a path to becoming a dominant global player. To leverage these opportunities and efficiently channelize the rising ambitions that come with it, we bring to you a panel of some noteworthy industry experts. And I would like to invite my colleague Ekta Batra, CNBC TV18, to please moderate the session, and also join me in welcoming the panelists for this session with a huge round of applause. Ashish Suparkar, MD Meghmania Organics; Chirag Pan, MD and CEO Pan Healthcare; Dr. Vishal Rajgaria, Director, Fine Cure Pharmaceuticals; Rajiv Gandhi, CEO and MD, Hester Biosciences; and Ram Mehta, MD, A1 Natural Mineral Water. A round of applause for all our panelists and our moderators. Over to you, Ekta.
Hello and welcome. We have a very prominent panel here, and all of them are Gujarat-based companies, and might I say family-run businesses here as well. So I think that's one of the key features of this state. Strong family-run businesses which haven't sold to foreign companies as yet, many of them unlisted. But today we are here to talk about the story of how companies have grown in the state of Gujarat. We all know, and just a couple of statistics, we all know these statistics, but just to reiterate them, Gujarat was described as a shining light of India by Ratan Tata, a pioneer state by Mukesh Ambani, a growth engine of India. It contributes to 8% of India's GDP, 77% of petroleum exports, 33% of drug manufacturing capacity, 33% of exports of the country, and is the most industrialized state in the economy. So if we want to get to $5 trillion in terms of an economy, if we want to get to $10 trillion in terms of an economy, Gujarat is going to play a pivotal role. And it's going to be fueled by the businesses that run the economy. And one of the things that has allowed a lot of these companies to flourish is the state's incentives, especially post-2003. So how are they placed in terms of future growth? How have things changed in terms of growth is what we're going to discuss with our panel this evening. So, gentlemen, welcome to the panel. Mr. Suparkar, I'm going to start with you because you're in the agrochemical space. You've been in the business since, I think, the 1980s. But there have been two phases of growth in Gujarat. One which was till 2003 and one which was post-2003 when there were lots of incentives which really changed the face of the state. So give us a sense in terms of what the secret sauce is when it comes to Gujarat's success, which has helped you catapult your growth.
We are exporting to more than 80 countries around the world. But Gujarat is the only state in India where you find a fully developed city almost every 100 kilometers. So in Gujarat, Surat, Vadodara, Rajkot, I don't have to name the cities, but Gujarat is uniformly developed, and so the people mindset is also fully developed, and they are good people to work with, and government help is also very, they are also pro-business. So it's very, very happy to be in Gujarat.
Yes, but if you could just describe to us what business was like till 2003 and what business was like post-2003 when there were these ease of incentives that came through, single window clearance, land acquisition became easier, water power shortages were solved, which allowed businesses to flourish. So how did that catapult your growth in specific?
After 2003, the vision was very clear and very wide, and we were encouraged to think big. Before 2003, we were not thinking so big. But then, 2003 onwards, the setting up of the capacity, setting up the plant, acquiring of land become easy. And we were required to think, we also thought in a big way going forward.
Okay. Well, Mr. Gandhi, you're in a sector which is to do with animal health. It's more of a critical sector, more delicate sector. If you could just describe to us about you as well, who started business, I think, in the late 1970s in the state. How did business change post 2003? What was your experience like?
Yes, we started business over here in around 1997. And then furthered the business. I am originally from Mumbai and moved over here to set up this business.
Oh, is that?
So, I mean...
Is that a testament to how easy it was to do business in Gujarat?
Yes. Overall, from 1997, I would say that the experience, even in the earlier phase, had been good. It's not that it was not good. But the state has always held the hand. They had held our hand with all the difficult times we had, being considerate, listening to the problems, understanding that the problems are true. So, all these things are as important as an incentive that you give, because an incentive when you give, it's something that you might probably lure onto somebody to come over here. But when a government looks at it in a manner and tries to hold your hand once you are here and then help you come over that problem and take it further. So we have gone through that stage and we have had support from the Gujarat government. Our financing was also from one of the state financing agencies. And there were many times, we were in a very remote area. That time it was very remote. The phone calls at that time used to be the demand calls and all. Now, the new generation doesn't even know what that is. The roads were completely untarred roads. So we made those applications because we make animal vaccines, raw materials being eggs, and if they come in a way that the whole thing is moving, the whole truck and all, then there would be embryos would not be alive in it. So the government of Gujarat has helped us and taken us all along, and representations that have been made, they have been looked into. Sometimes it takes a little time, but then yes, we have been given the right treatment as what we would have thought.
Did you change your plans significantly in terms of growth post 2003?
Incidentally,
in terms of capex?
Partly I would say luck, partly I would say we were here at the right time, and partly even our internal issues all got resolved in the year 2003. from a company that was, having many litigations. We became debt-free in the year 2003. But that also opened up our own vision, and with the backing of the government and the regular incentives given by the government, the push given by the government. In fact, in one of the Vibrant Gujarat, in the third one, when we completed what we had done, the chief minister, now our honorable prime minister, we were called for a one-to-one meeting just because we had completed our target. So these small things matter a lot besides just the incentives, the push that the government gave us.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Well, on this side of, my panel, we have companies which started businesses, I think, post-2003, one as late as 2017. So I'm going to get to that in just a bit. But Mr. Behram, I'm going to come to you. I think everybody knows what Mr. Behram manufactures if you just look at your table. You started business in 2005. Why did you choose Gujarat in specific? How has business grown for you?
Out of all the people here today, especially this question matters a lot to me because whatever Ava is today and whatever we have grown to is specifically for the simple reason that at that time when we had applied for the license in 2003-04 for natural mineral water, because all the rest are packaged waters. This was the first natural mineral water south of New Delhi. I approached our then Honorable Chief Minister, who is now our Prime Minister, regarding my pending application for the license at national level. And he not only encouraged me, he said, I will only inaugurate it. And not only did he help us along the way to get the license expedited and all the permissions expedited, he himself launched the brand on 19th October 2005. So you can say that I am deeply ingratiated, grateful to the government of Gujarat through him for helping us launch India's first natural mineral water south of New Delhi entirely. It was the 7th license, all the rest are in North India. And after that, we have never looked back since. The government encouraged us a lot, so much so that in 2007, we signed an MOU with the government for foreign equity. We got that also. We did our expansion also. And from time to time, I would personally go and report the progress to the Honorable Chief Minister. And all along, if there was any issue about town planning or anything relating to plans or anything, the government would do their best to try and help us out. So Gujarat is the fountainhead of entrepreneurship, also great small businesses, MSMEs, and of course the Gujarati spirit of entrepreneurship. So we feel that if we had not been in Gujarat, perhaps we could not have taken on the might of the big companies, big cola companies and Tata Himalayan and a lot of other big brands were there in this space. We could not have, without the Gujarat government support, we could not have really taken it on, especially without the blessings of the CM at that time, and not only flourished but gone on to become the largest natural mineral water seller in terms of number of bottles.
Okay. In terms of the supply chain, I think that would be very critical for your business, the criticality of your supply chain. How did you get help within this, to ensure that your supply chain is completely efficient? What are you doing henceforth to ensure that it probably becomes more efficient? And what are the state incentives for that?
3 points. First of all, my entire supply chain is managed by my son and director, Mr. Shiroy Mehta. And he has got a terrific, he's an IIM Ahmedabad product, and he's got a terrific logistics team in place. Great logistics sense of companies working for him. And today I'm proud to say that because of his great supply chain management, we have reached almost 800 pin codes of India, which is unthinkable. For the simple second point being, logistics and infrastructure has grown in India enormously in the last few years. And things are getting much, much easier. Like 2012, when I told my son and Shiroy and my daughter Avanti that we should put Ava on Amazon and we should ensure that everybody who needs Ava or likes Ava on a flight or in a five-star hotel should be able to order it home. But that time courier companies were not taking water or liquids. Then slowly it got relaxed and all the new courier companies, logistics companies and all came into play. And after that, we have never looked back since. We are growing daily. And I have a very simple theory like DTH, direct to home. We don't want to always depend on institutional buyers who always squeeze us. The only way to make money in this competitive dog-eat-dog trade is you have to reach the home of your buyer or directly to the buyer, which will ensure that all the big institutional buyers like airlines and hotels and other institutions don't crush our spirit by total price cutting.
Okay. All right. So direct to home is probably one of the key strategies for your brand. But Vishal, you know, you're in an industry which is extremely regulated. But Gujarat is a hub when it comes to pharmaceuticals. We have 155 US FDA compliant plants. It comprises of 33% in terms of manufacturing of drugs within the country. And remember that majority of the drugs used in the US are actually Indian manufactured. That's the kind of prowess that the state has and the dominant share. What has the state gotten right to make such a regulated sector, not only by India, but by the global regulators, successful?
Well, when we say Gujarat and pharmaceuticals, both are very intertwined. And when we see the legacy, Gujarat has a very good legacy on pharmaceuticals. My voice is okay. And because of this, we have very good, robust academic for pharmaceuticals that have been able to build Gujarat pharmaceutical industry, and very good infrastructure on side of policy making and on side of industry. With that, there have been journey of Gujarat which have been able to account about 2/3 of production of pharmaceuticals of India, which is happening from Gujarat. With that, industries have been able to grow and nurture themselves from small scale to MNCs, which have been able, and Indian MNCs, which are currently Gujarati MNCs, were earlier used to be small scale industries. So, and with this, I think we have been able to have development by pace, by longevity, and by regulation support and regulatory framework.
Okay, so it is basically the support by the sector, but you also have a industry. You work in an industry which is very focused on skilled workforce. You need to have skilled workforce to run compliant US FDA, EU plants. You need those people to be educated as well. Where do you get this stream of skilled labor, and how is the state actually helping develop that, especially for the pharmaceutical space?
Well, on that note, we have a lot of people coming in from academia, and there is a lot of industry-academia collaboration working in. And then people are coming from academia who are also being nurtured by industry. So that is the source of skilled workforce.
Okay. Mr. Gandhi, maybe you can also shed some light, considering that you manufacture animal vaccines, which is a very delicate space. Skilled workforce, how do you manage a streamline of skilled workforce for your industry?
Skilled workforce is very important for us because vaccines, we require many technically highly qualified people. Earlier days, we used to have many problems in getting skilled workers, but now there are many universities, there are many institutes that churn out the type of people that we want, scientists, microbiologists, PhDs, postdoctoral students, etc. So I think the state there is still more to be done to get in-house people over here, I would say. But it's far better than what it was earlier. We have many innumerable applications from local universities, students, fresh graduates. And one more interesting thing is that earlier people were not willing to move to Gujarat. Earlier days people would want to go more to Bangalore. Even today there is a trend, not that it is not there, but it's not as a close-minded as what it was in those earlier days. People are willing to move over here. And one thing that I've noticed is once people move over here, they are actually willing to settle over here with the family. So to answer your question, more universities, more students coming out of it, as well as now people open to come and live in Gujarat and make the career over here.
But is that brain drain arrested? The fact that there are even the skilled workforce in an industry such as healthcare actually going and moving away, and even for chemicals, going and moving away to the US and Europe for better opportunities. Is that brain drain arrested now? Is there more R&D capabilities that are being looked at?
Yes. If we look at the statistics of our own workforce, there have been innumerable people who have gone and moved to the United States or to Canada, most of them to, one of these two countries. But now if you check, or our own statistics show that there is less of an incentive for them to go over there. Partly, it may have got a little difficult over there, and partly it has also improved the opportunities over here, etc. have definitely contributed, and the brain drain, as the the phrase that you use, it has definitely, it's lesser than what it was in the earlier days for sure.
Okay, Mr. Sapakar, and your comment on R&D as well.
Yeah, I'll just conclude his answer that new chemical factories in any sector, maybe pharmaceutical, agrochemical, is very difficult now in USA and Europe because the population is not growing. At the same time, the procedure take much longer than in India. So there is no similar jobs available for them.
What about fueling R&D in the state? Because that's expected to be the next leg of growth for agrochemicals, for healthcare, pharmaceuticals. How exactly are you fueling R&D, or how is the state fueling it?
We have government-approved laboratory also in our company. Also, at the same time, we have laboratories, fully equipped laboratories for every manufacturing site. We have 22 manufacturing sites. So we have 22 such laboratories.
All based in Gujarat?
All in Gujarat. Mostly in Dahej, in Vatwa, Ankleshwar, Bharuch. So all plants are having their own R&D, and we have doctors working for us. And what we have done is we have taken one Padma Shri awarded by Government of India on our board. He is also there to advise our people as and when required. So there are some very capable government doctors, engineers, etc. We have taken them on as an independent director also.
Okay, fair enough. Well, Chirag, coming to you, you're the baby of the panelists in terms of the newest business that you've launched. You do have multiple businesses under Pan Healthcare, but you have launched your hygiene product business in 2017, and it basically is adult diapers, baby diapers, in a market which is dominated by MNCs, 98% share of MNCs. How have you managed to break through that market?
We are, 2,400 days old company, particularly in disposable hygiene. We manufacture baby diapers, adult diapers, and sanitary napkin. And in these 2,400 days, before that, in 2012, 14, 15, I used to travel abroad. And when we are coming back from India, abroad to India, we used to see a lot of diapers are coming from Singapore, Dubai, and other countries to India in the flight. So I have studied the market, At that time, penetration level was very low. Just baby, out of 100 baby, only 8 to 10 babies were using the diaper in 2012-13. And as on today, his market penetration level is 40%. So another important thing about these hygiene industries, India is the only one country in the world. Every year we are creating one Australia. That means more than 2.7 crore babies are newborn in India. So it's a huge opportunity market in the world.
So how are you expanding your business? And you're right now India-centric. Is domestic demand enough to fuel your growth plans? One, what is your capex? Is it Gujarat-based? Second, how are you fueling your growth plans probably to grow, to go abroad?
We are targeting not only in India. We are making India, but made for world. So we are focusing in all India market as well as near countries. At this moment, we are exporting more than 11 countries with our own brand. Even in Russia, 50,000 pharmacy stores we available with our own brand, Little Angel and Liberty. So that's a great achievement as an Indian company. Earlier, we used to import. I mean, India is used to import this hygiene product, but now we are exporting. So it's a proud moment for, as an Indian company and Pan Healthcare.
Okay. Well, like I think Mr. Khambata said, that make in India, but make for the world. I think that's one of the key points here. Mr. Behram, how are you probably looking at that in terms of the next growth factor for you? Domestic demand, how much is it? How much do you get in terms of sales from India? And how much are you probably going to look at in terms of exports as the next growth leg?
Early in our journey, in 2006-07, we got orders from New Zealand and South Africa and we exported. We were very excited. But to be truthful, the domestic market is so huge, and it is growing so fast that we have never really looked at seriously exporting currently. Because I believe that even if we double our capacities in the next 2 years, all of India is only growing at such a fast clip, and the demand for natural mineral water is so huge that exports will be a little bit far off vision for us. But we are surely thinking of, because we get because all our bottles go on aircraft on all the different airlines of the world, we get a lot of demand from abroad. So we are planning a new plant for which we have signed an MOU next to our old plant, where the capacities can be quadrupled, means 4 times. Then seriously, Middle East, including Far East, that is Japan, Middle East, and also USA and Europe would be within our graph. For the simple reason that our water was, tested and selected by Danone of Evian fame as one of the finest in India. And we also had an NDA, and we had a long journey with them as well. So we have the quality, but currently our capacity is fully stretched by our domestic demand. So maybe in 2 years' time, we can think of export on a big scale. On one of two of few transactions a month would not be a sufficient way to do exports. So we are focusing on building the new facility, and then exports will start big time, not only with natural mineral water, with enhanced products, meaning sparkling water, which we have. Now our biggest demand from abroad is for our glass bottles. Our very premium glass bottles made from our own ecosystem, designed and which according to people are the finest in the world.
Are all the inputs from India as well? Do you have to import any of your inputs which go into manufacturing?
Not a single thing. Everything is from India. The glass bottles are also from India. The water is from India. And the glass bottles have the entire Ava ecosystem on it. They have been acclaimed internationally. And we get tremendous demand for our glass bottles. But glass bottles per se, because of the environmental reason, are very successful. What we thought would be only 5% of our turnover is now 10% of our turnover. And those bottles are so much in demand that we will be setting up a special unit just for glass bottles as well. Right now it's an integrated unit. Then I believe that glass bottles will come to almost 20-30% of our turnover, and we can then go abroad with them also, because the demand is coming from abroad for those glass bottles.
Chirag, what about you? You have some imports in your supply chain at this point. How much of it is imported, and are you looking to now indigenously manufacture?
Earlier, it was 100% import for all the raw materials, but now it's a 50%. So we have done a backward integration of this after COVID. So half of the raw material we are making by ourselves, and those raw material we are exporting also to other countries. And I would like to give you one more inputs from my side, that export is a bigger opportunity, but India itself, it's a big market for all the FMCG. We have more than 1.2 crore retail shops. None of the country in the world having this much big horizon, right? So any FMCG products is coming. India is the next booming, buying powerful country where it's unlimited, it's a global opportunity.
Vishal, you're in an industry where we do have a dominant presence in terms of importing APIs. We're trying to change that. But how much does the company have to import in terms of APIs, and what are you doing to probably integrate your supply chain?
Well, pharmaceutical sector is to some extent dependent on imports, but the government have initiated PLI scheme, and now we are becoming we are trying to shift it to completely self-reliant, and Dr. Mansukh Mandavia have already initiated similar schemes on medical devices as well, that we have to be completely self-reliant from backward integration to complete product manufacturing. So on that note, the imports have been reduced.
For your company in specific. Yeah. By how much?
By a substantial number.
Okay. All right. And do you want to be completely indigenous eventually?
Yes, of course. We have also planned to set up one of our unit on PLI scheme. Okay. For the major consumption material. And when we are talking about Gujarat model, last time, on your first question, Gujarat have showcased Gujarat to be one of the potential business partner for corporates, and showcased like good ecosystem, good infra, good availability of land, resources, and to invest. So that had been very fundamental for growth of Gujarat post 2003 and contribution to GDP as well.
Yes, absolutely. Well, Mr. Suparkar, you're in a position where you're probably looking at domestic demand to fuel your next leg of growth, because chemicals is going through a tough period. I think titanium dioxide is what you're looking at, which is an input for the paint industry, largely imported. When are we looking at that taking place by? When are you probably going to increase your capex for titanium dioxide, which is mainly an India-based business?
Right. We have just started titanium dioxide, and the product will stabilize by April 24. And immediately we are going to add up another 250 crore rupees to double the capacity. So by December 24, the capacity will be 100 tons per day. At the same time, two other products we are also manufacturing, which are also mostly imported as of now. One is chlorinated PVC, CPVC, and another is epichlorohydrin. These two products are also, we are almost first in India.
Okay. All right. Well, before we wrap up, I just want a quick, brief comment from all of y'all in terms of the recommendation that you would probably have for the Gujarat government for you to probably enable growth. All of y'all are family-run businesses. Y'all do have a second gen, third gen in place. They are probably looking at AI, ML as the next leg of growth. So how are you asking the Gujarat government to facilitate that? What would your recommendation be? Mr. Gandhi, you go first. Brief, please.
Honestly, there is nothing as a recommendation. I think the government should keep up the pace as what it has set. you know, there is a good perception created. Now that perception, if made into reality, I think that is something which is more important rather than any recommendation from my side.
Okay.
I am on an advisory panel of the government of Gujarat for technical education, and I have been insisting, and they are of course doing it, creating classes for AI, ML, and blockchain at engineering level. So after 2, 3, 4, 5 years, when the new students will come out as an engineer, they may have basic knowledge to be absorbed in industry for that.
Okay, wonderful to know that. Vishal?
Well, I think AI and ML will have a great shift in the way we work today, and industry should have a cells for companies or startup or SMEs to get knowledge of AI and ML, how they can incorporate AI and ML into their businesses. That would be of great help for companies to pace ahead, and also for institutes and academia to get students to have knowledge of AI and ML for commercial scale. That would be of great help.
Okay, Chirag?
I think till now Gujarat government is proactive to give all the incentives and subsidies compared to all other states in the India. But I was just reading right now today's Times of India. Orissa government have announced the very big industrial incentive scheme for 10 years SGST capital investment subsidy for 30%. So compared to all those states, I would urge Gujarat government as well that still they have to be more aggressive than other states to be retain more investments in Gujarat.
Okay, all right, fair enough. And Behram?
3 suggestions. First is that what he said, that we should have a more aggressive industrial policy and bring in such incentives that people are not attractive. Gujaratis are very enterprising. They will go where the money is and where the incentives are. So the Gujarat government should keep on giving out such incentive schemes so that the Gujarati businessman, industrialist and the businessman stays in Gujarat first. Second, despite all the best efforts of the government, the bureaucracy and the statutory authorities does make it tough for us sometimes. So the progressive way the government is, if this statutory can be reduced, if decisions can be faster, what Rajiv Bhai put politely, we can say in a very straightforward way that if the pace of reforms can be faster, it would be good. And last, what Ashish B. Soparkar said, that most importantly, skilled workforce is lacking because everybody wants to do business in Gujarat. Even my many employees have set up their own little businesses. So skilled workforce is the key to success of Gujarat, and for that many ITIs are needed, many, apart from AI, basic skills, many technical institutes are needed, and all of the highest quality, so that even if our workforce keeps on moving on, we keep on getting skilled workforce. That is the key.
Okay, all right. On that note, just a quick last question. 5 years from now, are you all still going to be family-run Gujarat-based businesses, or are you looking to probably sell out if you get a good buyer?
Well, it is tough to say. It's better to focus on today rather than tomorrow.
And what about listing? Which one of you all are probably going to be listed first?
This is just a beginning, so there is a lot of scope for development and growth. So we will look for the better future, and definitely we'll be the public in the next, if it gets an opportunity in a very short time.
And are we going to see you listed?
I think that I say it with a seriousness and jest. I think Ahmedabad is the new capital of India. Gujarat is the center of India currently. And unless for logistics sake, we may set up plants elsewhere to save on transportation costs. Otherwise, Gujarat is the Mecca for us.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure. Great getting your insights in this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ekta, and thank you so much, gentlemen. I'd request you all to please remain on stage. And I would request Mr. Manish Jain, Country Head Wholesale Banking from Yes Bank, to please come up on stage to felicitate the panelists with a souvenir courtesy Yes Private. gentlemen, a huge round of applause for all our panelists here. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I would request each one of you to please collect your Yes Private souvenir bag from the front desk before you leave. Souvenir courtesy, Yes Private. And well, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the much-awaited conversation of the evening. Now, India's consistent economic growth is positioned to reinforce its global influence, with projections coming in from the Center of Economic and Business Research, which indicates that it is expected to ascend to the status of the third largest economic superpower by 2037. And well, to further decode India's position as a global economic player, we have, like we had already told you, a very interesting conversation. And to moderate the same, I would like to invite on stage Shruti Mishra from CNBC TV18. A round of applause for her, please. And please join me in also welcoming on stage someone who has left an indelible mark in both the aspects of leadership and market. Having served one of India's largest food brands, Amul, for over 30 years in multiple capacities, makes this leader truly exemplary. Please put your hands together for Jain Mehta, MD, Amul. Over to you, Shruti.
Good evening, Ahmedabad, and very welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Now, before we talk about the Amul story, first tell us how beneficial has Atmanirbhar Bharat been and will be for global trade and for growth? And most importantly, what is Gujarat's role in building national self-sufficiency?
Thank you so much. First of all, before I answer this question, welcome to Gujarat.
Thank you.
You and we Gujaratis and CNBC TV18 are made for each other.
Yes.
हम यहाँ जो भी बात करें, टिकर नीचे दिखना चाहिए. So Amul is a bright example for Atmanirbhar Bharat. The story of Amul is known to all of us sitting here and all the audience here, but I just reiterate in a couple of lines. We started in the year 1946, almost a year prior to India's independence, with just 2 village cooperative societies and 250 liters of milk per day. And today, Amul is India's largest FMCG brand. Amul turnover this year for the brand will be more than 80,000 crore rupees, which is $10 billion. We handle close to 350 lakh liters. That's the current today's milk procurement. On an average, 300 lakh liters of milk per day, 8th largest in the world. But more importantly, this model got replicated across India.
Yes.
And India became the largest producer of milk in the world. And today, India continues to be the largest producer of milk in the world, producing double the quantity of milk which the number 2 country, which the United States does, more than entire Europe put together. And the most important part of it, it's a source of livelihood for more than 10 crore families in the country. And milk is the largest agricultural crop of India. So you can imagine a small experiment of cooperatives in a small district of India has led to India not just becoming Atmanirbhar, but also on the cusp of becoming a dairy to the world. Let me put it in perspective. India today produces 24% of the total milk in the world. So 1 in 4 glasses of milk in the world is produced in India. In the next 10 years, it will be 1/3. So we have now opportunity to be a dairy to the world, and Atmanirbhar Bharat will become a global dairy.
All right. Very valid insights there, and thank you for taking us through the Amul journey as well. But sir, tell us, why is it so important for India to empower rural and grassroots producers, to achieve exponential growth, and how can they achieve that? How can we help them in achieving this scale, and how Amul has done for its dairy producers?
So as I told you, we are owned by 36 lakh farmers across 18,600 villages of Gujarat. So practically in every single village of the state, there is a dairy cooperative society. And this model works for benefit of not just the consumers by giving them the best quality product at the most affordable prices, but also giving the highest price of consumers' rupee back to the producer. So today, if any one of us buys Amul products and spends 100 rupees on it, 85% of it, which is 85 rupees, goes back to the farmer. This is the highest ratio anywhere in the world. A European or American or a New Zealand producer gets only 1/3 share of the consumer's dollar, euro, or pound. So this is where consumers benefit. This is where the producer benefits. And to talk about how it has happened in spurring up the economy, is to give the numbers of what can happen if there is good governance. 20 years back, Amul's turnover was, or GCM's turnover was about 2,900 crore rupees. Today, this year, our turnover will cross 61,000 crore rupees.
Wow.
It is not that the number of farmers increased. Number of farmers were 24 lakhs, increased by 50% to 36 lakhs, only 50% increase. It's not that the villages increased multiple times. From 12,000 villages, we went to 18,000 villages. But the way in which the efforts went into creating the market on one side and supporting the producers led to a 20 times increase in 20 years. And this is what is the answer to the question, that if you have the right policy environment, right marketing machine at place, right systems in place, and a vision, the results can be there.
Very, very valid point. Good governance. You make a valid point there. But you know, as India moves up to becoming a $10 trillion economy, what lessons can we take away from the successful cooperative model that Amul has built?
Agriculture is the base of our economy. In terms of numbers, agriculture contribution is now less than 20%. Dairy is 1/3 of it, which means, as I mentioned, about the largest agricultural crop. So whatever we do to support agriculture, to support farmers, to support their incomes, and the doubling of income, which is the professed policy of the government, all this will help into supporting the number of people, which is more than 60-70% of the population in the country still depends on agriculture as part of their primary income. So this is where a combination of policies, which is pro-farmer, pro-development, and pro-market, is what is the way forward for our country. We also forward into one new area, which is organics, where consumers want food without chemical fertilizer and pesticides, and the producer also knows how to grow it. So if you are able to build a bridge, and if only 20% of us convert our regular food into organic food, the GDP from agriculture will double. So these are very, very small and objective steps one has to take, and organizations like ours are working using the cooperative model and building the country.
All right, sir. You know, like you mentioned earlier, Amul has unleashed the strength of farmers to create the largest FMCG brand in the country that sells so much more than milk today. And according to you, at a global stage, what is India's strength, the biggest superpower that we need to harness and we should possess, and we should become a global hub for growth?
Goodness of milk itself is actually not promoted or projected so well. Now, milk per se is a superfood because the ingredients or composition of milk itself renders it to be a product which everybody in the world can vie for. It's not just the fat or the lipids which give energy. You have the best quality protein in milk, you have the best calcium in milk, you have the best sugars of milk, which is lactose, and more importantly, the vitamins in milk. So sum of parts actually is much bigger than the whole. And this is where we as companies handling milk in such large volumes are trying to decode, find out value in every single element of milk, encourage the farmers to produce more milk, encourage the consumers to consume more milk, and more importantly, you mentioned about global superpower status. When we have this opportunity to be a dairy to the world, in 1 in 3 glasses in the next 10 years in the world is going to be produced from India, you can sense the kind of optimism and the opportunity in this sector for all those who are members of it.
Absolutely. You know, born out of Gujarat, Amul has not only become the country's largest FMCG company, but it's also making a name itself globally. What has been the role of the government in supporting, this growth? And do you believe Gujarat can be a role model when it comes to economic prowess?
Of course, I told you about last 20 years, and you know who was at helm of affairs in Gujarat and now at the center, giving a 20 times growth in 20 years. So this is a time-tested thing. It's a very, very proven way of delivering certain things. And the vision, of course, and the support actually both go hand in hand in getting whatever results you want to do.
All right. I would now like to throw some light on the fabulous, most memorable ad campaigns. Is there an element of marketing that needs to be projected to India's rise as a growth leader? What is the effect of terms like Vishwa Guru and, Vishwamitra in building that image of global supremacy, even among a domestic audience who might be inspired to achieve global ambitions?
the audience or the consumers are very smart. So they are not mesmerized per se by advertising. Okay, advertising catches your eye, it catches your attention. What works in Amul's case is the topicality in communication and conversation. And more importantly, since the people here are interested in the Dhanda part of it, we spend less than 1% of our turnover on advertising. Most FMCGs...
Less than 1% of your turnover.
Less than 1%.
Okay.
But it is the consistency, it is the quality, and it is the topicality. And a combination of all three which makes the brand get that appeal and traction with a very, very low spend, which means you are benefiting both the producer and the consumer and meet the overall objective.
All right. You know, Amul ads have been iconic. You know, the longest running ad campaign. We've got the iconic imagery and the jingles. What are you doing now to stay relevant for Gen Z and beyond?
So what you rightly mentioned, the Utterly Butterly Amul campaign has been there since 1965. But still, today's Gen Z thinks it's her or his own campaign and not my grandfather's campaign. Okay, so this is the power of communication. Since 1994, we coined Amul Taste of India, which has been there as an identity for Amul and India globally. Amul Doodh Peeta Hai India since 2000, and we continue to build on it. We've recently, as we look at international markets, and all these lines are related to India, we coined a new theme, which is looking at promoting the goodness of milk. I talk about the composition of milk, which is fat, protein, calcium, and so on and so forth. But the goodness of milk is pure, milk is honest, milk adjusts so well, so where, milk is trendy, milk is cool. And how these are the values which resonate with everyone in the world. And so now we are urging the world to be more milk. And this is where is our new communication for the Gen Z globally, which will help them understand what is Amul, where it comes from, what are values, what are the contexts, and how it resonates so well with their own individual cultures anywhere in the world.
All right. But I would also now like to talk about how Amul has had to adapt, changing taste during its existence in line with consumer trends, preferences, serving health-conscious consumers. How important is that kind of adaptability to maintain a leadership position? It is a highly competitive market. So can you share some of the pivots that you've had to make? And, also macro trends suggest that people today at the premium end are moving away from milk and dairy products. How are you going to tackle that?
Okay, it's a very good question because that's what continue to stay relevant makes every brand, live for its butter. Now, in our case, it's the macro trend, which is people moving from loose to packaged and branded. And we saw that accelerating post-COVID. So this is where one segment, which is the biggest for us, which is people shifting from loose milk to pouch milk, loose dahi to pouch dahi, loose paneer to packaged paneer, from loose khoa to packaged mithai. So we sense this trend coming up very well. And the kind of opportunity we realize that if only 5% of Indians switch from loose to package, you can add one Amul every year. So this is where investments are getting into it, capacity building is getting into branding, marketing, distribution, expansion network, all is happening at a very frantic pace. But more importantly, talking about the consumers and what are the shifting. So some of the pivots which we realized was protein. Each one of us needs to consume 1 gram of protein per kg of body weight every day. But if we do the maths, we are woefully short of it. Okay, so because as vegetarian society, the options of proteins are very less. But as I mentioned, milk is the rich gold mine of protein. Now, if from this protein, we have started launching high quality protein products, you get 15 gram of protein in 200 ml buttermilk at just 25 rupees. And same in case of lassi, a blueberry shake with 20 gram of protein, high whey protein concentrate with 25 gram protein per 32 gram sachet with BCCA, high protein curd and so on. So we've launched a range of high protein products, very tasty, very affordable, and this will the communication which will help us, every part of the generation, be it a young kid to a senior citizen, adapt to this product. Similarly, we all realized the immunity was very important for us. You need a good gut strength to become strong. And so we converted our entire chas, buttermilk, a very simple product, selling at just 30 rupees a liter, but 30 lakh liters a day across the country into probiotic. So what you get in goodness in a small bottle, costing 16 rupees for 65 ml, you get at the same product at 30 rupees per liter. So this is our effort to improve the immunity of our country, and the results on India's health will be very, very visible. And let me tell you, I'm telling not just by science, but as a personally, I've been consuming probiotic every single day for the last 20 years. And I've never had any antibiotic, any antacid, any other item which you require. So this is a very important product. And the third I mentioned about organics. And this is where if each one of us consumes food without chemical fertilizers, without pesticides, you will benefit your health, the country's health, and more importantly, the farmers will also benefit.
So you aren't worried about changing consumer
No,
preferences?
absolutely
You're
not.
ready for it.
We are on the ball, and then I can go and talk about how mithai is a segment we are tapping, fresh milk market we are expanding, varieties of products we are launching in each of these spaces at a pace which is unheard of. In a year, we have 80, 90 products launched, another 100 in the pipeline, and you are never short of it.
Okay, so you're not worried about consumers changing preferences, but are you worried about competition from private dairy players? How are you looking at, protecting your market share?
See, competition is always welcome for a simple reason that as long as the competitors buy milk from Indian farmers and sell it in India or anywhere in the world, the economy benefits, the Indian farmer benefits out of it. We as a brand have to stay agile to see that they don't eat into our share. Higher share of voice in competition helps expand the category. But let me tell you with confidence that we are market leaders in every single category of dairy products that we operate, and we are very, very ruthless in protecting our turf and expanding the market share. So we're not worried about competition. We welcome competition. All we need is a level playing field, and that's about it.
All right, a level playing field. But Amul revenue-wise is India's largest food company. Do you ever get tempted to list?
It's contradictory to our objective. All the people sitting here look at the ticker, and the ticker price is decided on the profits, and profits is contradictory to our objective. For a simple reason, a private company can show profit by buying the raw material at the lowest price, sell the finished good at the highest price, and the maximum profit is for the owners, investors, or the shareholders. Okay. In our case, we do exactly the opposite. We buy the milk at the highest price because we are buying it from our owners. And obviously, consumers get Amul at the most affordable value for money price because we know we have a mandate to grow the market. So we work with very low cost, very low margins, very low overheads. And that's how we keep both sides of the spectrum happy. But tomorrow, if one fine day Amul thinks it has to get listed, what will it has only two options. Either reduce the procurement price, which means all the 36 lakh farmers will be angry. If you increase the consumer prices, then you lose market share. And obviously, consumers will be unhappy. So we don't want to do that.
So listing is not on the cards.
No, it is just not an option. People can be a part of the Amul journey by consuming more and more Amul products.
I have to say this is the biggest standout for the company who's not looking at profits.
Or the other option is you can buy cows and become our owners.
All right, you touched upon this, but what are the new categories that you're currently seeding? You mentioned mithai, but if you could elaborate more on the new offerings.
So anything which the farmer produces, Amul is the brand, it's a bridge from the producer to the consumer. So we got into potato snacks. So we set up a plan 2 years back. We're expanding the capacity 5 times. We're getting into honey. We're getting into organics. We're getting into mithai. We're getting into premium ice creams, doubling up our ice cream capacities. Cheese capacity is also increasing by 50% in next 1 year. Each of the product categories we're finding out what the opportunities, what are the current share, what are the opportunities. We may think Amul has 85% share in the butter market, but the fact is only 1 out of 5 Indian consumes butter. So the opportunity is 5x of what we are doing. And depending upon the volume of milk we handle and the market of India, 5% shift from loose to package, which means you can sell 300 lakh liters more milk every year, which means add 1 Amul every year. So sky is the limit in every single product category. It's not that only new things will give growth. The existing ones will also give as much growth as you.
Absolutely. Now, before I ask my one final question, I would like to open the floor to the audience. I think we have time to take 2 questions. If you could quickly raise your hand, any questions for Mr. Mehta? Okay, we have one hand there. Can we get a microphone across quickly? I think so. Yeah, it's coming. Here, on the front row as well. We'll only be able to take 2 questions.
The current trend, most of the people are moving towards organic food, and the similar way they are moving towards away from the processed food. So, if I am a customer, let's say sooner or later I would like to have fresh cow milk. How Amul is going to address that? Because fresh cow milk, I am looking at Gaushala and other things wherever it is nearby available, and we have seen the some good success stories also, like fresh milk is going to, so many celebrities in Mumbai from Pune. So how Amul is looking at, how Amul is going to cater this kind of a fresh milk rather than, processed milk?
This is a very beautiful question, because otherwise, agar Amul दूध का भाव 2 रुपए बढ़ाता है, it becomes headlines. And here he is himself asking for a milk which is double the price of the existing milk. So it's music to our ears. But sir, Amul, if you look at all the products, has the cleanest of all labels. कोई भी प्रोडक्ट आप उठा के देखिए, the minimum of ingredients, minimum of additives, minimum of preservatives, in many cases not even added, and which means we know very clearly that people want less processed or less of ingredients. You have to work in the cleaner label space. Having said that, sir, it's very necessary to consume milk which is very, at least the basic processing is pasteurization in our country. I'm not talking of UHT processing, where you take the milk up to 132 degrees centigrade, but so normal processing of 72 to 74 degrees centigrade will kill all the bacteria and it will render it safe. Otherwise, milk is one of the most perishable products with just shelf life of 4 hours from the time it is milked. So anybody who says he gives you milk which is not processed, either the milk is very bad or he or she is not telling you the truth. So I would urge that at least whatever milk you buy, I'm not saying you buy only Amul milk, whatever milk you buy, please see that it is at least pasteurized.
And I think, yes. Can we pass the microphone here, please?
Good evening, sir. My question is, you mastered the art of using the farmer producer as the shareholder and adding the value to the whole chain as it works today. Why not replicate the success story in the other farmer producers? Why stick to your only milk and milk products?
Okay.
When there are many producers in the agri sector, and from a health food category also people would want to consume the whole theme around organic the way it is happening. Why not replicate the success story and increase the category apart from the milk there?
I think, sir, you asked a very important question, because this is what is being done by the new Ministry of Cooperation. As you know, a couple of years back, India set up a new Ministry of Cooperation at the central level. Cooperatives otherwise had been a state subject. So what people say in political terms, double engine sarkar, in our business, it is double engine sahkar. Because the central government and obviously the minister himself is Minister of Home, and Amit Shah ji, who is a man of cooperatives himself. So the new vision the new Ministry of Cooperation has given is to see that this model is transplanted to other sectors also. So over the last 6 months, 3 new multi-state cooperatives have been launched in the country. One is multi-state cooperative on exports, other is multi-state cooperative on organics, and third is Amul multi-state cooperative on seeds. And Amul is the promoter member of both the exports and the organic ones. And this is where we are trying to find a market access for all the products by or of every cooperative in the country across sectors internationally. Now, the success of Amul, if you know, and when I talked about when he started in 1946, is because we got access to the city of Bombay, and because of market access of Bombay, Amul has grown to these heights. Now, imagine you are sitting in any small village with any cooperative, handling any product. This new multi-state cooperative will find a market in 180 countries around the world. So this is going to be game changer. In the next 5 to 10 years, you will see every single sector benefiting out of it. Same in case of organics. So any farmer who is getting into organic production in any of the pulses or atta, rice or wheat or whatever, you will find a market for it through these new multi-state cooperatives. So this is how the new scheme of things are in place. Same in dairy also. There is a huge opportunity. India has 7 lakh villages, of which cooperatives are there only in 2 lakh villages. So in the next 5 to 10 years, you will see 2 lakh more villages being added in the fold of cooperatives, more milk coming into the organized sector, and that's what the number of 33% of the total milk in the world, I said, is what's going to be a game changer. And to add to your thing further, and just take 10 more seconds, why can't this model be also replicated in different parts of the world? So under the South-South exchange, which Honorable Prime Minister talked about in the G20, we already started working with Sri Lanka and looking at developing the dairy industry, making them Atmanirbhar on the lines which you talked about, and we've given a mandate, and Amul, NDDB will enter in, have already we signed an MOU to enter into joint venture and make Sri Lanka self-sufficient in dairy in the next 10 years. They import 70% of total milk. Countries in Africa are looking at a model. Several of our neighboring countries are looking at this model. So this, you are looking at both things. You transplanting the model in different parts of the world and benefiting the developing world, and also developing the transplanting the model of dairy and into other sectors in the country and supporting agriculture.
You know, picking up from what you just said, take us to the expansion plan. What does the next 5 years look for Amul?
India hosted this World Food India in November last year, and all the food companies did an MOU of investments of more than 33,000 crore rupees. Amul alone had done an MOU of about 11,500 crore rupees. As I mentioned, if we have this sense of the opportunity in the Indian market and abroad, the kind of investments we are looking at in expanding the capacity right from the village level, bulk milk coolers at the village, software, automation, to the ultimately in the market, expansion of processing capacities. Under PLIS scheme, in ice cream and food products, we are one of the largest investors. So we are tapping every single opportunity available in growing this and investing it suitably.
All right, before I let you go, one final question. What are the key milestones that India can look forward to en route a $10 trillion economy?
Sooner the better. I think the direction in which the country is growing and the economy is progressing, in the leaps and bounds of growth in the infrastructure, in the digital space, connectivity from the farm to the market, support to the cooperatives and the way the entire ecosystem is trying to be built up. I think we are on a trajectory which we have never seen so far. And to all those who are addressing to consumers in the country, there has been never ever going to be this opportunity of the youngest number and such a large number of young population available to us. I think sky's the limit for the growth, and any number the economists or the channel will project will come true in half the time.
All right, on that note, it's time for me to wrap up our conversation. But many thanks, Mr. Mehta. It was an absolute pleasure talking to you and wish you the very best. Thank you so much.
And thank you.
That was a truly engaging and insightful session. Another round of applause for Mr. Mehta and Shruti. Mr. Mehta, I'd request you to please remain on stage. And I would request Mr. Prashant Kumar to please come up on stage to felicitate Mr. Jain with the souvenir, courtesy Yes Private. While moving on, ladies and gentlemen, Max Life Insurance is one of India's leading companies that offers a plethora of life insurance and policies with transparency and credibility. Over the years, it has endorsed a vision towards uplifting the socio-economic condition of the society and achieving economic growth through sustainable and prudent practices. To further elaborate on this and speak on financial inclusion for a sustainable future for the nation, its citizens and enterprises, we have with us a seasoned professional with over 2 decades of experience across finance, organizational strategy, operations, risk management, and investor relations, making his expertise holistic and all-comprehensive. Please join me in welcoming Prashant Tripathi, CEO, Max Life Insurance. A round of applause for him.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you with pride, with optimism, with positivity. For many, many years, all of us working in the corporate world, we will have our own plans, 5-year plans, 10-year plans, and we'll work towards it. But it's now, in the last few years, that we're talking about the plan for the country. Isn't that amazing? And honestly, we all believe that it is achievable. All debates aside, in terms of how fast it could happen, whether it could happen in 5 years or 10 years, and there are many people throwing many numbers, here is the life insurance professionals' take on how long it will take. To our advisors, we teach them a rule of 72. So rule of 72 is 72 divided by what percentage GDP growth that comes. So on a real basis, If we grow at 7%, it will take us 10 years. On a nominal basis, if 12 to 13% is nominal growth, it will take us 5 to 6 years. So, in all likelihood, FX being neutral, I think by 2030, 31, we will be a 10 trillion economy. In real terms, I think by 2035, we will be a 10 trillion economy. But either which ways, I think it is absolutely fantastic that we are talking about these growth numbers. Firstly, focusing on growth and the snowball. It took 60 years post-independence for India to become a 1 trillion economy. 60 years. Then it took 7 more years to add another trillion, and 5 more years to add another trillion, and we're talking about maybe 6 more years to almost double and become a 10 trillion economy, right? And all that is happening because a small percentage on large size adds a very large proportion of GDP onto our country. And as we become larger and continue to add this 6-7% of growth, it will just create fantastic opportunities for everybody in our country. And what is driving this? I think what is driving this is, of course, we all talk about our demographic profile. But more than that, I think what is driving is stability, the coherent strategy of how to run this country, the investment which is coming. We heard the entrepreneurs, we heard Mr. Mehta, the zeal, the passion with which we are all working to drive our own businesses are coming together to drive this country. But more than that, I heard Mr. Kambata talk about the model of growth. And that's where inclusiveness becomes a very important factor for all of us to consider. Otherwise, the divide between the haves and have-nots will keep increasing. Even if we become a 10 trillion economy, it will be a big, big divide. And that's where the inclusiveness starts to play a big role. Coming from life insurance, I'll share with you some of the insights with respect to our own industry. Every year, we run a campaign called India Protection Quotient, where we go to urban areas, at times to rural areas as well, to interview with statistically relevant set of people to find how much insurance they own. The insurance ownership, in terms of term ownership, is about 31% for urban people. But half the people say that their coverage is not sufficient, which means it is 15. However, if we start to go down, and last year we did a survey going to villages, that number was 12%, but out of that 12%, 10% was Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, which means only 2% people had any kind of protection in our villages. And with this level of uncertainty, lower focus on risk management, I think there's a much broader need for us to democratize the growth that we see. And while it is a data from life insurance industry, I think everything, banking, financial services, anything that we look at, I think this divide has to be bridged. And that really asks for thinking about every industry a bit differently in terms of including more and more people to go ahead and participate in this 10 trillion story, right? We, as a country, need to do a lot. For example, coming from life insurance, I think the focus of the industry has been to focus on large cities. It's been a savings-based industry, so it goes to all the large cities where money pools are there and collect the monies. I think it requires to change the way we operate and our mindset. And our regulator actually is pushing for something called insurance for all by 2047. This Amrit Kal thing permeates, but I think the Amrit Kal has to become Amrit Kal for everybody in this country and not for a few people. And hence, if I were to look at my industry, we will have to do a few things. I think we will have to completely change the products. Our regulator talks about it very often. Nowadays, the voice has become even sharper But I think if we have to reach out to people, we can't reach out to a wider set of people with the same products. That product has to become smaller, more affordable, should cater to the needs of the people. If we have to reach out to the people, we can't reach with the same distribution model that we have used so far. That distribution model has to be either digital or it has to belong to where the product has to be taken, right? And there is a lot which is taking place in the industry, our industry. You would be cursorily looking at some of these messages like Bima Vahak, Bima Vistar, Bima Sugam. All these things are steps in the right direction. It's just that all of us in the industry must work together because that's the only way to create inclusiveness. Otherwise, we will leave a large strata of this country quite behind and we need to be working on it. Coming more to the theme of MSMEs, and there were very inspirational CEOs who sat here and told their stories, and I was just listening to them. While the scale could be different, but nothing less than inspirational. The ideas of somebody coming and setting up a diaper industry was so inspiring. And 33% of our GDP is contributed by our MSMEs. 12 crore jobs are given in this country by MSMEs. And in Gujarat, that number is actually 40%. You will be knowing more than I do. 40% of the GDP of Gujarat is MSMEs. And when we think about MSMEs, the theme of inclusiveness and wider financial well-being has to be thought through. I think when we talk about MSMEs, a lot of discussion takes place, and government honestly has done a lot by giving access to cheaper capital, skill, what could be the market of MSME produce, all that is being worked on. I'm here actually to talk about another element which MSMEs need a lot, which is risk management. You know, imagine that a very smart entrepreneur working on his own agenda with a few lakhs of crores of loan passing away. If that were to happen, it's a big risk. Big risk on the country, big risk on this company, and big risk to the family. And when I talk about inclusiveness, I think not just access to capital, not just access to skills, but also having access to risk management solutions to the SMEs of this country is also equally important. There are solutions in place. At a very low level, there are group solutions which the small and medium-sized entrepreneurs could buy for their employees. But more than that, there are solutions where an important critical person in a business could be covered. There are solutions to protect oneself against the credit that somebody is carrying. And if something were to happen to that individual, the family will not only have the business, but they will be able to carry on the business on their own. There are solutions in terms of business insurance which can help businesses manage their risk better, manage their taxes, taxability better, the future planning better. All those solutions do exist. I think as an industry and financial services in general, we will have to create this inclusivity. Right now, there's large focus on large enterprises, but again from the theme of inclusivity, bringing them to every entrepreneur, bringing them to every business, small or large, is the need of the hour. I'm 100% sure that as time passes, all of us will understand more and more the nitty-gritties, but the need of the hour. We'll understand more on why it is important to get the model right, not just the 10 trillion number right. And I'm sure with the help of all the people who are participating in the ecosystem, we will not only be able to achieve the dream of being a 10 trillion economy, we will be able to achieve the dream of 10 trillion economy with each and every citizen of this country benefiting from the prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi, for those informative words. Well, now global value chains are a significant component of the international production landscape, so much so that increase in its participation can foster job creation and economic growth evidently. In order to reap the gains from value chain participation, countries must put in place the right kind of trade and investment policies. Thereby, it becomes an undeniable fact that India's fast-paced economic advancement also demands scaling up of these global value chains, particularly in a post-pandemic world, considering these global value chains have witnessed a rapid transformation since then. And our next panel aims to decode the significance and implications of scaling up these global value chains. And for that, I would once again like to invite on stage Shruti Mishra from CNBC TV18 to moderate this discussion, and request you all to please join me in welcoming our panelists of this session: Vineet Kumar Mittal, Director, Navitas Green Solutions; Dr. Viranchi Shah, National President, IDMA and Director, Saga Laboratories; Sandeep Mittal, MD, Cortec Energy; Ravi Bhamitapadi, MD, Rostia; and Aditi Gupta, Managing Partner, Minstrupedia. Shruti, over to you.
A very good evening to all of you, and welcome panelists. Let me start with a topic that resonates with all of you here. How can Gujarat's SMEs become a bigger part of modern global supply chains? And Ravi, if we could start with you. How do we... No problem.
I was checking my mic.
Yeah, so how can SMEs, Gujarat's SMEs, become a part of global supply chains today?
Well, actually, much has been talked about the SMEs, but frankly, because of the kind of contribution they make, all SMEs do about, I think, 30% of India's exports, or 50% of India's exports, and 30% of the GDP. So, and the entrepreneurship of Gujarat especially has been really very good. So, it has started off from Ahmedabad. It has started off from all parts of Gujarat. Every small corner of Gujarat has actually seen some innovation or the other, something or the other coming up every other day. If you've been watching the Shark Tank of late, every day there are 2 or 3 people coming from Ahmedabad over there. So, and all of them very small entrepreneurs, but having a lot of good ideas with them. The same way, even the one which has been started by the lawyer turned entrepreneurs. Now lawyers have turned entrepreneurs. That's what they have started off, this roastery brand. So it's in the blood. And therefore, I'm sure going the way it is being done continuously, they will contribute to the global value chain definitely in a big way.
All right, it's in the blood, says Ravi. Dr. Viranchi, coming to you now. In order to make India self-reliant in pharma, we cannot just rely on, short-term supply chains. It's not enough. And in your own words, you've said that pharma is not a sprint, it is a marathon. So what are the big challenges that need to be tackled and ensure that we are part of the modern global supply chains?
So thank you for having me here. Pharmaceutical industry is one of the top 10 industries contributing to positive forex. So let me put the right thing in perspective. However, our biggest pain has been our reliance on the APIs as far as our reliance on certain countries are concerned, and which is actually something that needs to be focused. Not that the APIs were not manufactured in India. In fact, they were manufactured right here in Baroda as in many parts of India. The technology is available. But somehow, because of certain environmental conditions and issues which we could not handle correctly, those industries have migrated. So I think the biggest challenge, therefore, if we want the security in terms of the healthcare security for India, and as such, we all know that the Indian pharmaceutical industry is considered as the global pharmacy, and we contribute to, supply of essential medicines all across the globe. we need to have a strong supply chain of APIs within India. For that, of course, we had 2 PLIs that the government had announced with an outflow of over 10,000 crores, which was the PLI 1, and another 5,000 crores, which was PLI 2. Yet, we also have to work on how to make the environment laws, or I would say implementation of those laws, a little bit simpler so that these industries can survive in India and they can thrive in India. As such, we have a big formulation industry. 1 in every 4th pill sold worldwide is manufactured in India. That's the strength of the formulation industry. And beyond financials, a strong handhold to the API industry is therefore very important to build a long-term supply chain.
All right, Sandeep, let me come to you now. You know, Cortec Energy provides products and services to the gas turbine and steam turbine operators across the globe and to the aerospace and defense sectors as well. How have you at Cortec scaled up, you know, your global value chain? If you could take us through your journey.
So Cortec essentially was an oil and gas service company, and that's still the big part of the group. Personally, I was excited. We were agents for a company called John Brown Engineering. And when I saw these gas turbine products, I thought they are overpriced. And these products could be made in India at a significantly lower cost. So I tried to approach my principals. I said, why don't we make some of these parts in India? And a senior gentleman, he says, boy, these are not parts that can be made in India. They are critical and very high precision parts. So that became a challenge for me. And I started my journey of developing very high critical precision parts. Initially, it was very difficult to sell it outside India. But gradually, over the last 15 years, we have become a serious player, and we are exporting to almost all the markets.
Proving all naysayers wrong.
All the naysayers.
It's a made in India product.
Yes. And now, of course, we have also diversified into defense aerospace. We make parts for our fighter jets, Sukhoi planes, Tejas aircrafts. So we have been growing. So it was just an initiation, getting into this, and then it just unfolds itself.
There was a will and you found the way. Yeah. Vineet, coming to you now on similar lines, you know, talk to us about your journey. How are you kind of building your supply chains, and how can Gujarat SMEs, more importantly, be part of the modern global supply chain today?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for having us here. So talking about our industry in the renewable space, and then the topic about the global value chains, the whole renewable sector, and for that matter the semiconductor sector, is as of now we all know heavily dependent on China, and the whole world is looking at the other options, alternatives to the country. We have seen the risks involved during times like COVID, and how dependent on one country can lead to a lot of issues. So already Gujarat, for that matter, and particularly South Gujarat, I would say, Surat and the nearby regions, is I think the global leader in solar modules manufacturing outside of the China in the whole world. So it is in a way the next best alternate for anyone who is looking to source modules or the raw materials for the solar value chain. Those are all getting manufactured. You talk about the glass, you talk about the EVA and back seats and ribbons. So almost all the raw materials are one by one getting manufactured in India. Even we are doing the same by having our own modules and EVA and back seats. So in a way, I think there is this cluster approach in Gujarat. You go to Rajkot, you have the tile industry. You go to the Ahmedabad, you have all the pharma industry. You come to Surat, you have textiles and diamonds, and then now the solar industry. So in a way, this ecosystem and the cluster development is really helping each and everyone grow and really become world class.
All right. Aditi, let me now come to you. Menstrupedia has a presence in close to 10 countries today. Tell me, how are you constantly scaling up your supply chain, and what is needed to efficiently achieve that?
So before I tell what I do, mine is a very niche business. We make comic books to teach girls about periods. And to really scale up the supply chain becomes very challenging. And here is where I see SMEs also using cost-effective ways of, at least exploring where they can have their next business. Or so what we have at Menstrupedia, we have co-publishers in different countries, and in different countries, in all these countries, co-publisher can print the books in their own language. So, like I said, SMEs always have, they're always tight on their budget. First generation entrepreneur. What we did is that in the COVID times, we launched our masterclass. And that is something that, that other SMEs can also do, which is to establish yourself as a thought leader and make your knowledge or, some of your not trade secrets, but those things that has really worked well out open in the public, so that other interested entrepreneurs or other stakeholders in other part of the world can really have access to those knowledge. So many of our co-publishers who are in Kenya, Malaysia, then Egypt, Iran, UK, they all attended our masterclass, and that is how they decided to become one of our co-publishers. So this also, like keeping your, apart from just being in the production line, but also having a little bit of knowledge base out in the open really helps. I also think that now, again, the raw material for us, our industry is paper. And I think going ahead, the more important part, we used to import our paper from China and during the COVID time. And after that, the cost of paper really increased for us. Again, it has already been said in many of the panels today evening, but going ahead, if we have all the components that we need for manufacturing being sourced from India itself, that in itself will really help us considerably in scaling us up.
All right. We're super proud that you've broken the taboo on menstruation, and I'm eager to know what the other challenge, you're working on, but that's for another discussion, not today. Let's now talk about the impact of state-supported venture funds like, we've got GVFL, capacity building programs, and incentives in creating Gujarat's model startup ecosystem recognized as best performer startup state. Dr. Viranji, why don't you go first? Talk to us about these initiatives and how they've kind of helped the state.
Of course, the initiatives are very important, especially in the field that I come from, because going forward, I think innovative products and innovative solutions are going to be very important for driving the growth of the pharmaceutical sector. A lot is already happening on the patient front with a lot of new models, new solutions that are coming up. At the same time, we have a lot of gap in terms of addressing, for example, cancer and a lot of other diseases where innovation and innovative solutions are going to be very important. The kind of support you get to the venture funds, especially the ones in the ecospace in Gujarat, are so very important to drive the growth forward.
All right. Ravi, why don't you tell us your views on the impact that the state-supported funds have had?
Yeah. In every area, frankly, government has helped, whether it's the state government or the central government. Starting from the tech part of it, the initial stage when you're looking at some tech or something to start your business, at that point in time, you have certain grants, certain support systems. Later on, when you actually have gone into the production side and when you have started to really earn revenues, when you want loans, they are there in terms of the central government guaranteed schemes and CGTMS schemes and the like. So they have really helped the SMEs to get funded. The most difficult part of MSMEs is to get funded, and that to get funded at the right cost also. There are many lenders. Now you have across the board so many lenders giving you 18, 24%, 50% also. Okay, yeah. They charge interest. They disguise it. But these kind of schemes from the government has really ensured that the funds reach to the actual company itself. Of course, there are many other venture funds. Let's say GVFL, one of them. They have been really supporting a lot of good, the ventures in Gujarat, especially. So I think all the government schemes you have really helped the MSMEs to come up.
All right, Aditi, you're sort of agreeing with Ravi on what he was saying. So talk to us about how does Gujarat's position as the best performing startup state has impacted you, and how has that worked out for you?
I think just not looking at data, but just the mindset of the people here. Gujarati, the whole Gujarat, there is business in the air of Gujarat. So I think there is no resistance. I also think that there are a lot of startup policies which are in alignment with what you want to do, and there is a lot of support. The ecosystem is very supportive. It is very easy to walk into any of the offices and tell them your problem or the place where you want to work, and you will be heard. So the government in itself is in lot of alignment with what you are doing as a startup. There are people to listen, and the whole intention that okay, if some work is being done, all the ecosystem comes in support. So again, a lot of data could be thrown, but just the mindset, a lot has to do with Gujarat's business mindset is a very growth mindset. Like, okay, they're always finding opportunity in something. Okay, if it has not been done, can we do it this way? Can we,
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Gujaratis are very enterprising,
Yeah.
for sure.
The growth mindset
I love
is
my
something.
Guju friends, yes. All right, Sandeep, let me quickly come to you. What more needs to be done in order to build a clean, sustainable supply chain? You're in the business.
So in our business, we use a lot of super alloys, very high-grade steels, which when we started manufacturing, we were importing almost all the raw material. Now, probably our import is down to 5%. So we have engaged with local manufacturers. We have, along with them, we have developed all these materials domestically. Some of them are made in Ahmedabad. Some we buy from Pune. So I feel that once you start sourcing your material within the country, it definitely becomes sustainable. Plus, it makes us more competitive.
All right. Vineet, on similar lines, to become a global powerhouse, what kind of help is needed from the government and what kind of help is already there, for enterprises? If you can throw some light for your sector.
So in our sector, we have this electronic policy for the manufacturing that covers renewables, manufacturing, supply chain as well. And we have a very decent capex and interest subsidy programs for the businesses up to 1,000 crores of investment and onwards as well. A slight issue is that there are many times delays in the disbursement of subsidies, which really impacts the beneficiary. I mean, if it's the timely disbursement, it will go a long way. So our last subsidy happened somewhere in COVID because of a lot of other environmental factors, but then we haven't seen much development happening. The forms are not very clear. How do you supply data? The net GST, state GST reimbursements are not really happening around. So if those smaller issues can be executed after the policy is prepared, I think that will go a long way. Apart from that, the power supply itself, there's a lot of development happening around. But again, there are certain issues in terms of execution. The policies there, the tariff orders are not really getting announced, which are impacting the delays in execution. Investors or the consumers, the factory owners are ready to invest in the renewables power plants to reduce the power cost. But there are certain delays in the connectivity, land approval. So again, the point being support on the execution side.
All right, so disbursement delays is the big challenge. Let's now quickly talk about the role that SMEs play in enhancing the scale and capacity of Gujarat's industrial ecosystem. Dr. Viranji, quickly, if you could tell us, how are Gujarat's SMEs faring?
Well, again, in the space that I come from, Gujarat itself contributes to almost 1/3 of the India's production. And the contribution of SMEs to this number is almost 50%. So I would say the SMEs play a very important role. In the pharma space, they not only manufacture for themselves, but a lot of them also contribute to the performance of the large companies to whom they become the suppliers of products and services. Going forward, I think as we have a target, and in the pharma space, the numbers that we have is almost $50 billion today. And as India, we have set up a target of reaching about 130 billion by 2030. And approximately 500 by 2047. And this entire journey, the SMEs are going to play a very, very crucial and important role, contributing almost half of this performance.
Absolutely. And Gujarat's SMEs have the second largest market cap share in the country at 24%. Indian startups are raising a lot of funds. Ravi, what would your advice be to startups? What is the best way they can be investing their funds in?
Best way they will be investing their funds in, or raise the funds from?
Raise the funds, invest in them, the money that they get, yeah.
Yeah, I would actually advise what I have advised to my boys also, and that is you be very clear about your products in the first place. Ensure that you have not just done the concept, but even actually becoming profitable, and then put your own funds in the first place, and then go to the market in whichever manner that you can, whether it is the venture capitals first or the PE, and of course ultimately the IPO stage. That will ensure that you have a sustainable business built where the people can really, confide in you and actually invest in you. Similarly, whatever funds you get, it's best. Nowadays, the startups are not really doing the right kind of spending once they get the money.
Yeah.
So therefore, you actually invest in continuous R&D. That's something which has always been missing in India. Most of the startups can't even afford. But you need to invest in that R&D and in the production capacities rather than in any other kind of overheads. This is the way I would say raise the funds and invest it also.
All right, so reduce overheads. That's a big piece of advice. Aditi, quickly, our IPO is a good way to build a larger national profile for the state's SMEs.
It really is a no-brainer. It is true that if you build IPOs, if you build world-class products, it is going to do better. But I think one of the things that I really wanted to bring here is, increase in the female LFPR. I know it is not in your question, but really I see a lot of scope there. We have spoken enough about IPOs, but increasing the women race participation, workforce participation ratio. India, it is very low. In Gujarat, it is little bit high, 27%. It is seen that if 10% of the men to women ratio increases in terms of giving them more, keeping them as a part of the workforce, it has 7% increase in the net gross domestic product. So that is what I see. I know that we have discussed a lot about how to move ourselves towards the 10 trillion economy, but unless and until we are not ensuring that 50% of the population becomes a part of the workforce, we are not going to we are not going to achieve that. I also see, girls in Gujarat, by the way, are studying more. The education has been more, but compared to how much they have studied, jobs that are suitable for them has not been created as yet. There is a lot of scope in even manufacturing industry where more jobs could be created. So I think apart from why we are definitely discussing about all of these things, we must discuss and we must relook at our industry and see how can we increase the labor force participation ratio for females, because it is a short growth for the economy.
Absolutely. On that note, one final question, and this is for all of you. Safeguarding the interests of SMEs in an era of global uncertainty is very, very important today. What measures should be taken in this regard? Can we start from here, Aditi? Why don't you go first? We'll just very quickly, one line.
Yeah, I just see my Chinese friends, peers doing really good with very less taxes and less compliances. So just like Mr. Khambada, if the taxes and the compliances burden would be lesser, it would be great for us to grow really.
Less taxes.
Not complaining, but just a small request.
Yeah, go ahead, Ravi.
I would just agree with that. In the interest of time, I would not add more, but I think what she said is absolutely right.
All right. Sandeep.
So I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
Yeah, so we need to safeguard the interests of SMEs today, right? In an era of global uncertainty, what measures need to be taken, according to you?
See, I would say the ecosystem, that the tax laws, they have to be more friendly. Government has to be more friendly. At this point, I feel, they are out on a witch hunt. There is very little actual support. So now to get refunds, of your excessive taxes paid, you have to go to the courts, which should be avoided.
The government is on a witch hunt. That's a pretty bold statement, Sandeep, there. But do you agree?
So for me, if I address your basic question, I think empowering SMEs to focus on innovation could be the one very important thing to do, because most of the SMEs are run by technocrats. And if we create an environment that helps them to focus on innovation, if we get value-added products out of them, If you help them to build a strong bottom line, I think everything else will follow.
All right. Yes, go ahead, Vineet.
So similar thing like what I asked about, good execution of the policies, and I think awareness of the policies that are already being announced. So many times the local entrepreneurs don't even know there is a certain support given by the government. So like we talked about GVFL. So I'm sure not many people would know that there is a support of that sorts. We have got that advantage. One of our group company has got funded by GVFL, but before that, maybe 6 months ahead, we really didn't knew about it. So I'm just saying that spreading awareness of the policies that the government has announced, and then a good execution on the lot of policies that have been implemented.
All right, so government-friendly policies, less taxes, stop the witch hunt, ease of refunds, yeah? All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and thank you, panelists, for your insights. It was an absolute pleasure talking to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shruti, and thank you all the panelists for that insightful discussion. I would request you all to please remain on stage, and I would request Rajan Pental, Executive Director, Yes Bank, to come up on stage to felicitate our esteemed panelists with a souvenir courtesy Yes Private. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, from one very interesting conversation, we now move on to a very intriguing address, which is titled The Neuroscience of Investing. We have with us someone who is often called India's brain enhancer and is a leading neuroscientist. He was the global policy lead on aging and neurodegenerative diseases at the G20B20. He is India's top expert on brain-computer interface, photobiomodulation, cellular healing, high performance for business leaders and executives, longevity, futurism, and neuroeconomics. He is the founder of NeuroLeap and Arkney Photo BioLife. He has been featured in Indian as well as global media, including Harvard Business Review, Knowledge at Wharton, The Wall Street Journal, and BBC Television. He has also spoken at leading fora and top podiums across the world. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Kumar Bagrodia, leading neuroscientist, founder, NeuroLeap.
Hi, can I get my slides up? Good evening, everyone. Thank you, CNBC and Yes Bank, for inviting me here. We'll talk about the neuroscience of investing. A quick show of hands, how many people are investing in stocks actively? Stocks, mutual funds. Oh my God, it's like 95% plus. Fantastic. I've been just asked before I came up on stage to cut short my presentation, so if I'm rushing through it, my apologies. Just quick lines on investing and how our brain thinks about it. So of course, when you're in the stock markets, every time somebody is selling, there is another guy who's buying, right? Apologies to the ladies in the audience, I'm using guys, so anytime there's a seller, there's a buyer. But the important point is they both think they are smart, right? Every buyer thinks he's smart, every seller thinks he's smart, but what's going on? So since this is a CNBC event, I pulled up an interesting slide from CNN Business. I don't know if you can read this here. It's the Fear and Greed Index. It says, what emotion is driving the market now? What emotion is driving the market now? And they've gone from extreme fear to fear, neutral greed, extreme greed. This is live. You can go to the website, edition.cnn.com. And then it goes on and talks about the Fear and Greed Index is a way to gauge stock market movements and whether stocks are fairly priced. That's fine. The theory is based on the logic that excessive fear tends to drive down share prices and too much greed tends to have the opposite effect. But I thought stocks were based on, decision-making, and, the brain is a decision-making engine. And how are we making those decisions? Aren't we all told that there is an efficient market hypothesis, beta, alpha, delta, that human beings are perfectly rational, that all of our decisions are based on logic and data alone? Do you think that all of our decisions are based on logic and data? Who thinks that? Okay, not a single hand, thank God. So we spoke about greed and fear. I want to go deeper. These are subconscious brain patterns: greed, panic, fear of missing out, not just fear of loss, loss aversion, irrational optimism. Can you see all of these? Just a quick shout out. Anybody who's not faced this? Anyone in the audience who has not faced this? I have mapped about 18,000 brains of the who's who in the country. There's not one single individual who's immune to these patterns. Has everyone faced this at some point in time or the other? Yeah? Now that's the fun part. We know these behavior patterns. That yes, I'm fearful and I sell in a bad market instead of holding on or instead of buying. Or I get greedy and I buy at a high rate, etc., etc. But why are we not able to change that behavior? So we all agree that these behavior patterns exist in all of us. Why are we not able to change it? Because it's deep-rooted in our subconscious. And it's a proven fact that our underlying subconscious patterns have directly shaped our decision even before we consciously make a decision. I'm going to shift gears for a few minutes. We assume that this is our personality, that all these patterns are who we are. हम ऐसे ही हैं, मैं ऐसा ही हूँ, वो वैसा ही है. But the fact is, you can actually improve them to a very large extent using technology. That's what I do as a neuroscientist. At any age, you can change yourself. You can change your complete behavior, your attitudes, your beliefs, your behavior patterns, your response to stress, anxiety, mood, decision-making at any age using technology. If we talk of the subconscious brains, there are just two themes. It operates in patterns and it uses energy. Any quick shout-outs? What is this number? A very funny gentleman, very cheeky gentleman said, 10 with 15 zeros. I said, yes, of course. Any numbers? It's 10 raised to the power of 15. That's 1,000 trillion. That is the number of neuron connections we have in our brain. 1,000 trillion connections from 100 billion neurons. We store about 2.5 million gigabytes of data in our brain, in our subconscious brain. 2%. That is the percentage of our brain to our total body weight. So let's say if you are 70 kgs, your brain is roughly about 1.4 kgs, roughly. But this small 1.4 kg, small 2%, takes about 25% of your body's cholesterol. Why? Because your brain is about 60% fat. Why does it need so much fat and cholesterol? Because it consumes 33% of your energy. So if you're consuming 1,500 calories in a day, 500 were consumed by your brain. Maybe even more if you're doing a lot of analytical, creative work, a lot of problem solving. What do you think this is? Quickly. Perfect. The speed of data transfer in your brain. Imagine just this small body mass, 430 kilometers per hour. That's the speed of a bullet train. Why has it gone so fast? Why is all this happening? Why has we evolved like this? Because we've gone from a physical load society to a cognitive load society. All the time we are bombarded. Lights, sound, information, internet, colors, and we are processing it 24/7. Even when we are sleeping, our brain is working, albeit at a lower rate. Our brain is processing 11 million bits per second, 11 Mbps data. But here's the reality. Your conscious mind can only process 50 bits per second. 11 million bits is what you're taking in. Only 50 bits is being processed by you consciously. Why? Because 99% of your thoughts, 99% of who you are as an individual is your subconscious, which you're not even aware of. Only up to 1% is your consciousness. So your subconscious brain is 3 lakh times more powerful than your conscious brain. 3 lakh times. Now, because your brain's mass to energy ratio is so lopsided, so 2% of your body weight, but 33% of your energy consumption, so it keeps making shortcuts. And this is a really good example. Any golfers here? Anybody who plays golf? But same would apply for cricket or any racket sport. It says 1.5 seconds of thought. This is not my image, some really great artist. If you look at all those thoughts, none of them are conscious thoughts. All part of the subconscious. Doubt, fear. Am I doing it right? Etc. He's not remembering his training, right? He doesn't have time. But that's what's happening in 1.5 seconds. So what happens is, the brain starts creating shortcuts because it doesn't want to use more energy to do the same thing again and again, right? It starts creating biases. So I'm sure we will all have some bias that, oh, this guy looks like this, and this is how he's going to be. Or this person is talking like this, and this is what he wants out of me. I've got a call from an unknown number. The person wants to sell me something, not give me a gift. He's giving me a gift because he wants something from me, right? These are biases. There are some fixed ways of thinking we've made. Habits, our mindset. These are all subconscious patterns. Has anybody woken up in the morning and said, today I will be very, very anxious, consciously. आज डर के ट्रेडिंग करना है. नहीं. हम consciously क्या बोल रहे हैं? आज बिना डरे करना है. Because Dar, fear is part of your subconscious. But you will use that 1% conscious effort to try and beat the subconscious. And you keep trying, keep trying, keep trying. The cerebellum, that's called the little brain or the mini brain, in a small part, it's actually got 80% of your neurons. And this is a really important part because it controls some very primal, basic emotions. Your emotional regulation, your control. So what did we hear in the beginning? Greed and fear? That's not maths. That's not your science. That's not balance sheet or financial analysis. Those are pure emotions. Which means a lot of your decision making is actually based on emotions. You just don't realize it. We are so trained to think like that. So what are we using? We are using something called as a BCI, Brain Computer Interface, which means piece of hardware, software, technology, which connects your brain to a computer to help you understand it better and change it, versus H to H. What do you think is H to H? Human to human, right? It's no longer easy. You can keep telling somebody that, hey, change your habit, stop smoking, stop having gutka. Those guys are not idiots. They know smoking is bad for them. They know drinking is bad for them. They are educated, literate. Why are they not able to quit? Because the human to human is appealing to the consciousness. Language, it's appealing to the conscious mind, which is just 1%, the top level. The 99% is still not being impacted. I want to quickly talk about energy. I said one part of your subconscious brain is patterns, second part is energy. There is an important molecule called ATP, adenosine triphosphate. It's the energy currency of your cells. You cannot live without ATP. You cannot breathe without ATP. You cannot think without ATP. Your heart will not beat without ATP. So one way to improve your brain and your performance is to increase the ATP in your body. And one of the ways, and sorry, let me circle back. So each neuron, so I said there are 100 billion neurons in your brain. Each neuron has 2 million mitochondria. Mitochondria are the parts of your cells which produce ATP. Each neuron is consuming 4.7 billion ATP molecules per second. Your body consumes its own weight in ATP every day. Your brain consumes about 6 kgs of ATP every day. There has to be a way to improve ATP production for your brain to perform better, for your body to heal better, for you to have more energy to think properly. And that's where we use photobiomodulation. Basically, we use infrared and near-infrared light at very specific wavelengths and frequencies, which can help the mitochondria produce more ATP without more effort from your side. I'm conscious of the time, so I'll end here. You can let me know when I can, stop any Q&A. Any questions? Is everybody too tired or was I too boring? Okay, a few hands back there. Yes, sir.
All you said was very much amazing. So can I know where did you get from this data?
Oh, so, there are several studies in the last 70 odd years, and that's accumulation of all of this data. I mean, as a neuroscientist, it's my job to stay on top of my game, sir.
Again, your good name, I'll want to see your YouTubes.
But actually, I don't have too many YouTubes, but we'll try and get you some more content.
What is your good name?
Kumar Bagrodia.
Oh, thank you, sir.
The lovely lady had a nice intro. Yeah. Yes, here in the front. Oh, sorry, there's Mike.
Good evening, sir. Sir, regarding this photobiomodulation, mitochondria and ATP increase, is the solar light is helpful for that?
Yes, it is.
Infrared?
Yes, absolutely. Solar is helpful. But with solar, you also get UV. And UV is, you can't take too much of it for various reasons.
Yeah, so what is the method to get benefited from the solar light?
You got to do it very early in the morning, before actual sunrise. That's when you get red and near infrared, before actual sunrise.
Okay, so that's what it is called a Arunodaya period.
Absolutely.
Arunodaya period.
Absolutely.
So that
about 1.5 hours before sunrise.
Before sunrise, if we take that light, it will be beneficial for.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That is the way that our ancient Rusis were doing for Sandhya in the early morning.
Absolutely.
So,
but what's happened now is with pollution, it's difficult to get that light unfiltered, right? To get you maximum benefits. So you have to use technology now.
Right? Okay. What will be the technology for that, sir?
I just mentioned it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. So the gentleman's question was, using neuroscience, can you get over addiction, etc.? We've been practicing commercially for over 7 years using our technology. We help people with addiction, improving memory, attention, sleep, depression, anxiety, learning abilities, all of that.
Coffee is advisable or tea in case of the improvement in the brain?
Sorry?
Drinking of coffee is advisable or tea?
Neither. Yes, ma'am, the question here. Yeah, it can be, unless there's a deep physiological cause. So if there's, let's say, a problem at the joint level, or there's a problem with the ligament, etc., unless that's the issue where it is beyond repair, it usually can be.
Okay, but if it is something to do with neurology, it can be improved.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, on the same table. Yeah.
Will it help in curing the Parkinson?
Look, there is a lot of research right now on photobiomodulation and on our brain-computer interface, on both technologies, on how they can help with Parkinson's. So till now, it's difficult to say that it's reversed it, but you can certainly arrest it and improve some of the symptoms that Parkinson's and Alzheimer's present themselves with in your day-to-day life. So if you get symptomatic relief, the quality of life can at least be maintained.
Hello.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
hear me? Good evening. So I just want to know that, look, this thing is happening. We are depending a lot on technology. So anything we want to remember, we just Google and all. And, that's happening a lot in day-to-day life as well.
Yes, sir.
You forget a word, you forget a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, so is it, dependence on technology, is it helping our brain to conserve the energy or it's other way around?
It depends on how you use the technology. So if you're going to spend 6 hours watching Netflix, then you're consuming energy. If you're going to spend 6 hours on an Excel sheet, you're expending energy, but you're conserving some, depending on how much of thinking you're doing. So it really depends on what is the technology usage.
Hello.
I think it's time to end. Our next speaker is here, and I don't want to, hold that. We'll speak off stage, sir. I'm being given the cue, and Mr. Muhammad Shami is here. As a neuroscientist, I wouldn't want to hold him back.
So this is the last question. As you mentioned, the technology. So coming technology, artificial intelligence, quantum science, cloud computing, does it really works on our health? Like frequency is the future medicine. Excuse me, please.
Yeah, that's a great quote by Albert Einstein.
Albert Einstein,
the future
yeah.
of medicine is frequencies, and I completely agree with it. I mean, all what we do with the brain is about frequencies. All that we do with light is about frequencies. So I agree with that.
There are so many devices also available in
course.
the market which works on the frequency.
Sure.
So it is advisable as a neurosurgeon. Can we recommend it anybody, or we can use
No,
that in our...
Let me clarify, I'm not a neurosurgeon, and I can't recommend a device, but certainly some of them work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks.
that, we conclude the Ahmedabad edition of Yes Bank and CNBC TV18 present the Growth Summit Vision for a $10 trillion economy in association with Max Life Insurance. The summit can be essentially described as a powerhouse of groundbreaking ideas and perspectives that have paved the roadmap to India's $10 trillion journey. A big thank you to each one of you for being such a wonderful audience.